Yeah, I'm gonna block you. Bye-bye. And fuck off. Fuck off, pedophile defender. I am no longer entertained by you. Get my final digs. Tell him to fuck off. That's the correct thing to do. Ah, nice and clean. Huh, 750. Hooray. We moving. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, I've had enough fun with ChibiReviews' biggest dick rider. I've had my fun. We got some turbo fuel we need to make. I need to feed you when you wake up. And then put you to sleep. Lovely, fantastic, excellent. Doom-ba-doom, doom-ba-doom, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Doom-doom-doom. Alright, video game. Load, please. Thank you. Lovely, fantastic. Ooh, I started a little late. That's my bad. Procrastinating and whatnot. That's my bad. No. Mostly getting dispats on Twitter as one should. Very eventful day today. Well, in terms of shitting on people, that we're going to be continuing to do. As I've said before, the dunkings will continue until morale improves. Meanwhile, I have done a little bit of work here. Of course. And we're almost prepared to start the creation of turbo fuel. I don't remember exactly what I came back here for. What did I come back here for? What did I come back here for? It's a good question, me. What did I come here for? I think one thing that we are probably going to have to do soon once we acquire manufacturers is start on Operation Dimensional Depot. Because I am getting rather sick and tired of building expansions and not having prerequisite material. So we're going to be doing some Mercer Sphere hunts. Once we get some ammo production going via smokeless powder. I would like to be decently well armed. And also getting hard drives as well while hunting Mercer Spheres, slugs. Do some exploration of the map while the factory does its thing. Very important, very critical, very good. Get the MAM out. Jesus Christ. Armin Fifth. Armin? I'm just gonna say Armin. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, buddy. So what's up, U235? How's it going, buddy? A code red, you say? What would that be? Check the Discord? Oh, okay. Did we get raided again? Where's Boy Meets Mini? The fuck is this application? Yeah. Oh, it's someone with an Asmongold profile picture, it would seem. Who is this guy? Yeah, we're taking care of it. Bro brought in a fucking bot and it's being very annoying. I'm working on it. There we go. There we go. It's done. Oh. So you're the guy who did that. Wow. The Osman Hiden sends its regards. We do not forgive, we do not forget. Yo, that's awesome. I'm taking a fucking screenshot of that. That's so funny. Following since 5 minutes ago. I can only assume whatever nonsense you decided to post, but you can take a hike, buddy. Alright. I'm getting reports it's a DGGer. Yeah, we got raided again. DGGer this time. Everyone make sure to report that account, of course. Off Twitch behavior. The fuck is this message? That can get deleted. Alright. Man, I just wanted to make some turbo fuel. Some GitHub reports for Disco Nuke bots. That was fun. Yes. But yeah, this dude posted some weird Twitter link. I'm not clicking on that. You know, it says Jew Slayer. I can only assume what they may potentially mean by that. But this was this dude's message. The Asman Hedon sends its regards. We do not forgive. We do not forget the justice of Allah. Pibba is certain. All right, man. Here. This is the chat message that he left. It's really weird. Well, that was certainly a fun way of starting the stream. Cool. I was just looking through all my shit. We get raided by a DGGer. But from what I understand, I have it on good authority that it's a DGGer who did that. That was fun. No. I think Asmongold viewers are too stupid to do raids like that, to be honest. It was a DGGer. And I mean, it's DGG. Of course they would do raids and shit like that. Yeah. Account was identified, taken care of. I mean, pretty much as soon as you just ban the account itself, the messages will just fuck off. Alright, well, there's that taken care of. They want extra piss in their cereal? I don't know. I think they just have a problem with the cat. I think they just hate cats or something. I don't know. Whatever. It's just annoying, because it's just really dumb. Oh, I need power shards. That's why I needed to go back for. And I have fucking... the Asman Hedon. Like, Mujahideen, but with Asmongold's name. Okay, dude. Because, like, last time one of these people did this, they tried to, like, because the purpose of it is supposed to get, like, a rise or reaction out of the streamer or whatever. I just look at this and I'm just like, okay. It's like, yeah, that's very annoying. And then I just move on with my life. That's about it. It's just annoying. I don't know why the bot messages were just, like, adding each individual person. That's very strange. I mean, it's the same, like, weird fucking fetishized gay porn and gore shit. Yeah, it's just weird shit. What a sick individual. True. But it made everyone come to chat. So, W, I guess? Also, we just hit 750 YouTube subscribers, so... a W, I guess? I don't know. Oh, man. It's just weird. I just got the fucking Daboo spam. At least my spamming is cute. Okay, let's not go too far. Let's relax, okay?
Why are you gay?
No. No, I am not gay. You are gay. Only you are gay. Who says I am gay? You are gay. what did auto mode do? No. Okay. Well, you know what? That's a you problem. Get owned. Get owned, lib. Get owned, libtard. Hehe. Your first event as student president, is it again? I don't remember what it is. That's fun. Nice. PTSA, right. Popsicles, eh? Nice. Wait, what kind of popsicles? It's important. I do need to feed the kitten soon. When did I last feed the kitten? It was about 9 o'clock, I think. I probably should feed it now, even though I've been trying, because I do think that not feeding it for about, what would it be? 12 hours is too long. Alright. We might as well. I do have a Kimpton. Hey, baby. Oh, she's fast asleep, though, so I don't want to wake her up. She's fast asleep in her bed. She does need to eat, though. It has almost been about 4 hours. It's like 12. I think I might wait a little longer. Actually, I'm just curious. You're jealous of my cat having? Oh, well. Young kittens under 4 months need small meals every day. You are a young kitten under 4 months. Alright, let me take care of that. Oh, look who's awake. What's up, baby? I gotta feed you one more time, okay? Alright. And we got raided again. By some DGGer, apparently. Also, what do I not pay you dang mods for? You're supposed to ban people. What the heck? What do I not pay you Discord mods for? Yeah, but I'm talking about the guy who was brought in. Like, you go to the welcome, and there's the dude who comes in. If you can block the bot, but if you don't get rid of the associated account, then they just come back and spam more bots. You have to also ban the account as well, and report them. All right, baby. There she is, kitty. Ow, I know you don't like being held. And now you see food, you're gonna go ballistic. Baby, 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 baby. I know I woke you up from your sleep for this, baby. I understand. I'm sorry. But you were already pretty much awake anyways, so. And this is always going to instantaneously... Oh, careful, baby. Instantaneously wake you up anyways, so. Oh, baby. Oh, honey, 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 honey. Oh, relax. There's no more. I know you want more, but we can't give you more. You're gonna become too fat. Oh, ow. Okay. Yeah, I know. Meow, meow, meow. Baby, you gotta learn how to use the litter box. Took another piss? God damn it. Yes, they're done. They've been cleared out. All gone. Guy. Why do you take that piss in that corner over there, girl? Why'd you do that? Huh? Yes, Exterminatus was successful. Always peas by the litter box, never in the litter box. Now I'm washing my hands. Still baby, let her be? No, she should be learning this stuff right around now. So we can't let her be. Just because she's baby doesn't mean we let her be. Look who's full of energy after getting some food. Did you pee again here? No, that's not pee. Nope. This is the grain of the wood. Oh, she's very happy. I hold her, she purrs. Like, without exceptions. Did you become a bird watcher recently, Skeptomaniac? You keep talking about birds. I'm still a little curious. You become a bird watcher? Yes. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Birder. Yeah, true, birder. It's like Berter from Dragon Ball. The fastest thing alive. He's not actually the fastest thing alive. There's things faster. But don't tell him. It makes him very insecure. But she's been learning how to jump. She's been learning how to climb as well. What else has she been learning? She learned how to groom herself. So, you know, I got a brush just in case. She didn't know how to groom herself. Didn't need to buy a brush. But it's still good to have a brush for cats anyways, so. Didn't need to. Yeah, she's a very talented individual. Yes, her name is Tina. From Giratina. Yeah, Tina. Specifically because I hate you, Alex. Boytony, a kicking of espers is required. Of course you named her that, you fucking nerd. Shut your goofy ass up, Fox of Fate. It has a dual purpose name. It fulfills my nerdy purposes and desires. And for the normies, there's just Tina. Where did Tina go? Oh, you're hiding in a corner. Yeah, you're full of energy, eh? Yeah, because you just got fed. There's some shit in my eye. Great name. I thought so as well. Yeah, I'm aware that's guillotine in Spanish. Thank you. Thank you. Don't listen to Fox of Fate. They're just a hater. You have a good one, Skeptomaniac. Whatever. Cope? Seethe? Mauled? Are you mad? Mm-hmm, sure. Okay. If you say so. Fuck me. Good enough. Let's see. 300 both. 5 each. Okay. Need 10. Six. 7. 8. What are you doing? What are you doing there? Yeah, I know. Oh. Ferocious. Yeah? Ah! But why? Yeah, well, you're scratching up my leg. I don't like that. Are you using your claws? Are you using your claws? Are you using your claws? What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? You keep peeing on the floor. Why do you keep doing that? It's because you're silly. You're just a silly gal. You're a silly, silly little girl. Yeah. Big meow. Ooh. I don't know if you guys can hear her. Oh, we can. Oh no. People are gonna start accusing of me of having a Discord kitten. It's like, no, this is a normal kitten, okay? Relax. I'm not a degen. I'm gonna put these on like 2 separate pipelines is annoying, but we have to do that for now. Don't know what the fuck happened here. Yeah? Yes. Mm-hmm. What? Want me to play? Put this. Thank you, Sacrificial Mouth. Ow. You keep climbing on me, you silly goose. I'm not wearing pants. I'm not wearing pants. So it hurts when you do that. You scratching me up. Why do you do that? Come on. You ain't strong enough to climb this chair yet. What is it? Why do you want to keep coming to my face? That's what makes you happy. I can't be that pretty. I'm trying to get this turbo fuel factory done. And here you are, mewing constantly wanting attention that I have to give you because you're a little cat. You're a tiny little baby. Yeah. Oh, she's licking my finger. There's no food coming out of there, baby. There's nothing coming out of there. you doing? Beans. Oh, she's wiggly. Very wiggly. Yeah. Bite. Bite. Lick. She bite and then she lick. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Bite. I'm not turning on the camera right now because she's just sitting on my lap. Bite. Baby, I have stuff I need to do, man. I'm on stream. Yeah, I know. Yeah, what's a stream? What is that? Yeah, I know. Stream? What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm just a silly cat. I'm just a silly gal. What? Blem. Uh-huh. Do you have something to say? What do you have to say? Oh, you want to close your eyes. Well, if you want to close your... If you want to go to sleep, bud, then I'm going to have to put you in bed. Ooh, big, big meow. Okay, I have to put you down, okay, girl? I know you don't want that. I know. Meow. Meow, meow. And she has been put down on her bed. What you looking at, girl? 22.5%. Okay. Ay, ow. De ce? De ce? La ce uiți? Ce uiți? Care-i problema? De ce ești așa? What do I call those things? Is it empty packages? Empty canisters. Steel canisters, empty canisters from plastic, iron-coated canisters. That's very cheap. Well, that is very cheap. Why there's so many alternate recipes for fucking canisters of all things? Ugh, I'm now having an allergic reaction to her constantly biting me. Ai. Ai, de ce? De ce ești așa? A stronger claws now? So they're strong, they're sharp. Like, would I, like... Okay, not saying that I actually would do this, obviously, but if I could, hypothetically speaking, absolutely wreck her claws, yeah, you could, very easily, right? Because she's a tiny, weak kitten. It's just that they're sharp. And... because they pierce, my allergy reacts, and like my skin then gets really itchy. She's literally just a girl. Yeah, if she's being a bit of a biatch. Not the cable, silly. No. No, no. No. No cables for you. That's not allowed. Yeah, we're doing a women, am I right, fellas bit.
The American people are tired of women.
This is very true. What are you doing?
Put this.
Ooh. Crack my knee. That's good. Yeah, the put this spam has been here for a while. Yeah, well. Here it comes. Yeah, what you looking at? You've messed up my leg a little bit. I'm itchy, girl. My allergic reactions reacting. I know. It'll go away eventually. I need to work on this. She knows the react harder meme. That's probably true. She probably does know it. She's probably like, streamer, you need to react harder. And I'm just like, well, how am I gonna react harder if you keep clawing me at my legs? Tina will learn the way of the putis. I will do everything in my power to stop that from happening. I will do everything I can in my power and ability to stop your corrupting influence. Boy Meets Mini, it is time. Prepare Exterminatus for the putis. Prepare for putis namis. You are gonna get Exterminatus, and there's nothing you can do about it. Can you be Exterminatus? No. You will not be Exterminatus. You're just going to exist. There will be no Exterminatus for you. Why are you booing that, Sacrificial MILF? Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, we're gonna XD you. Let them be? What? Why not? MILFs. Yeah, we got our XD spam instead. Light XD has arrived. Now I don't feel like that. Alright. Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do. Well, the problem is, Boy Meets Mini, is did they think that you would actually follow through? I could make a custom command. Talk about all the various forms of Exterminatus. I'd have to look that up. I know a bunch of them. But... obviously there are various forms of Exterminatus, obviously. That was my plan. Thank you. Yay, now I'm dead. No. Keeps you alive, actually. Keeps you alive through sheer psychic willpower. Smile. Keeps you alive through sheer psychic will, actually. The heavy is dead. It would appear that I need some more pipes. Alright, each one of these should be about 200 per. This is 266.7. Now for the rubber. So there's 10 of these. That's 300 polymer resin. The Imperium don't really use nukes anymore. There's more efficient methods for exterminatus. 40, 40, eh? 300, we got 40. So 7.5. Yeah, we need more copper sheets. And this is why we need dimensional depots, so then I don't have to keep constantly making the same trip over and over and over again. Because, God, it is annoying. Now I'm more cringe. One, I exist. I don't think that's a reason for you to say you're cringe. 2, I'm a furry and autistic and queer. I mean, that can be kind of cringe, but it just depends. 3, you're playing the 2022 reboot of Saints Row. I know nothing about that. Wasn't that the thing that ended up making the studio for Saints Row basically make them quit developing games? Was that the thing that incentivized them to stop developing video games? Was that reboot? SCP-2316. What got automodded? $23.16? That's a really good question. I didn't know that you were secretly Pepe posting there. U235. 2316 is racist. Huh? That makes me even more curious. What about it is racist? Oh, well, apparently you're being racist, 235. I don't know. Sound like Monsters Inc. lol. Mike Wazowski. Not to be confused with a more cringe Mike, that being Mike from PA. Of course. Never forget. Oh, please no. You're gonna get lame Mike-lered, actually. Mike from PA is here to stay now. What's up? What are you gonna do about it, Sacrificial MILF? You're gonna get Michael from Pennsylvania. Michael from Pennsylvania is going to get you. Well, as a proponent, as a part of being a critical racist theorist, one must be racist. It's part of the it's part of the shtick. You gotta be racist to be a critical racist theorist. Yes, well, honestly, here's the thing. Oh, 2316 white power. Oh, that actually makes so much sense because that's the numbers in the alphabet. Okay, yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. Just like, 88, for example, for HH. Yeah, that shit. That makes sense. It's like, yeah, we've done, it's like, oh, it's like, you've done this shit before, guys. Like, I don't know. Fucking do something else, idiots. Look, we're making coded language with numbers in the alphabet. It's like, okay, bro. Nice meme. Wait, that means one thing and one thing only then. SCP-2316 is the white power SCP. Clearly that's not the case as per Twitch. U235. What do you have to say for yourself? Boy Meets Mini. Stand by. Stand back and stand by, Boy Meets Mini. I should have grabbed some pipes and some more motors, but whatever. Need about 8 of these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. 7. Look at you trying to pull out the fucking Warhammer lingo. Fucking penitent engines? Yeah, okay. Wait, what did U235 say again? Oh. Huh? You like the sisters? I didn't know that. And Imperial Guard? The Astra Militarum? Huh? I didn't know you were racist like that, Fox of Fate. Damn. Hold on. I didn't know that was your game. Of course you're a dirty commie, as expected, from dirty communists. Liking the dirty commies.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist.
Oh. Boy Meets Mini didn't say putis. Cringe. You're just fucking putis.
Fake news.
You guys need to get more creative with your combinations of sounds, like El Fortus fucking Netus. If you want to make sure that you don't get owned by El Fortus fucking Netus, that's what you gotta do. It's important. You don't want to get showed up by El Fortus fucking Netus. At least I'm not a Space Marine person. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck? You talking shit about Space Marines? Understandable. But I like Space Marines. I think they're cool. Daho, that's such a basic bitch opinion. Yeah, and? Doesn't change the fact that Space Marines are pretty cool. Well, have you ever considered it is time to now have a discourse about female Space Marines? Our favorite discourse by our favorite fucking weirdos who love to constantly complain about female Space Marines. Where's Radhom? Yeah, where's Arch? Where's Radhom? I'm gonna summon Radhom from the ether by like saying female Space Marines 3 times fast. That's how you summon Radhom out of nowhere. Radhom is probably working. Well, the fuck you. Have you ever considered that, Fox of Fate? Well, how about fuck you? Oh, how about them apples? How about them putis? Everyone putis Fox of Fate. That's a putis right there. Very putis behavior.
Putis!
You're getting fucking putist.
Putis!
Yeah, lots of putis. Oh, Zane, you missed the DGG.
Putis!
Allegedly. Brigading. That was fun. It was very funny. Like, I don't know why these people do it. Like, the point of it is to get, like, a reaction or a rise out of someone. But I just, like, look at this and, like, okay. I was in Discord when it happened. Yeah, we got another one. I don't know. Does it mean I'm famous now or something? I keep getting raided by, like, a collection of extremely massive weirdos. Oh, so, like, these dudes are constantly obsessed with trying to make Destiny look as good as possible. And then they just do, like, degenerate bullshit, like, from fucking Kiwi farms and whatnot. It's like, you guys are aware that does not make Destiny look optically good. Like, it just makes me hate Destiny even more. Yeah, listen, as much as I do not like Hasan's fanbase, and as annoying and cultish as they are sometimes, which they are, right? They are nowhere near as bad as DGG. DGG is so much worse. What is up, Daddy Nip Nip? That's a name. How's it going, buddy? You looked up Hasan because this dude is fucking insane. Who? Hasan? Okay. Sure, man. Okay. Do I like Hasan or not? I pretty much agree with, like, the majority of his political takes. I am a leftist and whatnot. I am on the left. I agree with Hasan. Really, the only things that I oppose Hasan on is mostly, like, geopolitics takes. I think his geopolitics takes aren't the best. I think they're pretty bad. Mostly coming out of, like, American diabolism and whatnot. I don't think, I don't think his geopolitics takes are that particularly great. His stuff on Palestine is good. His Palestine analysis is good. But I'm not like an avid fan or anything. I used to be back in the day, but that was like 7 years ago. Now I'm just like, meh, whatever. I don't really care. He's just like a goofy, dopey, like Turkish man. That's really about it. Oh, he's also tall. I guess there's also that as well. That's about it. That's true, U-Tier 35? Very, very bad. That is pretty much a perfect way of saying what Hasan is, their sacrificial MILF. If you want like beginner sort of analysis, like a good starting point in terms of getting into say, like left-leaning politics, he's good. Yeah, very baby's first socialism pilled. Because here's the thing, he's not a revolutionary, he's a reformist. What about his takes on 9/11? Defensible. He's correct. The concept that he's talking about there is something known as imperial blowback. If we take a look at the history of the actions of the United States throughout the Middle East, given the fact that they've given a bunch of weapons through the CIA to the Mujahideen in order to resist the Soviets in Afghanistan, whether that be good or bad, that's ultimately something that can be quibbled about. I would probably say that's ultimately a good thing because it allows for some form of self-determination for the Afghan people. However, it ended up being that the Mujahideen are turned into the Taliban and were just Islamic sort of fundamentalists. So, you know, unlucky, take what you can get, but at the very least, it's more so about the Afghani people trying to have some form of self-determination outside of, well, imperial. You know, outside of like imperial sort of lenses. So, as a byproduct and a consequence of that, of the actions of the United States of America throughout the Middle East, through Desert Storm, various coups in Iran, as well as other coups that have happened throughout, you know, the Middle East throughout the history, it makes a lot of sense that people within the Middle East would regard America as the devil, and essentially be like, yeah, fuck America, we hate America as a state. Nothing about the American institutions. I would even defend the Iranians saying, quote-unquote, death to America, because, I mean, even in that clip alone, the Iranians do basically stipulate that, yeah, we're not talking about the American people. We don't really have a problem with the American people. Our problem is with people like Donald Trump and Rex Tillerson. And Mike Pompeo. Not Rex Tillerson, but Mike Pompeo. It's a defensible position, to be quite honest. Yeah, we don't have to like get started on the U.S.'s actions throughout Latin America. You know, whole set of history for that. There's a reason why there's a big history of left-leaning movements throughout, well, South America, Central and Southern America, and it's a lot of it is because of the actions of the United States of America. This is purely just the interests of countries and of themselves, like, very simply put. So yes, overall, Hasan is correct in saying that America deserved 9/11. Destiny, fun fact, even defended him saying that back before he decided to go on his spite maelstrom. Even Destiny defended him all those years back. Because the argument overall was correct. Articulated well. I mean, you can quibble about that, sure, whatever. But the position is correct. Yeah, as a byproduct of the actions of the Americans in the Middle East, it makes sense that 9/11 would happen. And I mean, for fuck's sake, literally the CIA knew about that shit. They knew that that shit was coming, and they didn't do anything about it. So, meh. The people who mostly bring up that clip is just like, it's all just fear-mongering fucking bullshit. They're just like, oh man, look at the Turkish man saying America deserved 9/11, while stripping the entire context out of that. Well, I mean, if anything, 2001 Boy Meets Minnie's having a bit of a resurgence. Let's be honest here. Like, we know what they're gonna say, what they're doing, what they've said about Zoran Mamdani and Abdul Al-Said, who had a very, very good speech at his first campaign rally. He was, bro was Obama maxing. I could tell. He was doing a little bit of the cadence, I could hear it. I could hear the Obama cadence. But otherwise, it was a good speech overall, and he was just calling, you know, Mike Rogers a bootlicker and stuff. You know, standard lines and stuff. Which is fine and all. And here's the thing. As much as, I do not like, you know, Haley Stevens or Mallory McMorrow, they understand the assignment of vote blue no matter who in comparison to all the blue MAGA weirdos on Twitter. Which is respectable. They understand that victory in politics is the most important. But yeah. Can I get thoughts and comments on the clips of Hasan saying, we're going to keep bringing in immigrants to this country on purpose, just so they can fuck your sister and fuck your sister, your daughter, and we're going to destroy the white race, bitch. So I have no idea what that's in context of, but if I were to make an assumption, given how much I do know about Hasan's behavior, I don't think he's advocating for any, like, great replacement theory bullshit. If I were to make a bet, and you know, I've been in the game for long enough to know about this stuff. If I were to make a bet, he's more than likely talking to some chatter. If I were to take a guess, yeah, he's probably trolling some kind of white supremacist chatter. He may be like, I don't know, just saying, go fuck yourself. Which, yeah, fair enough. I don't really care at all, but I myself am an immigrant. I am also here to replace the native Canadian white population with my own white seed. I mean, if we want to do the whole rigmarole fuck-a-McGee meme about it, sure, whatever. I mean, we can do that meme. And I don't particularly really care about it. Because, oh boy, the histories of Slavic peoples and whiteness is quite an intriguing one. I mean, like, there's nothing really wrong with immigration exactly. There's already a system in place that's been put in order to help process the fucking migrants and everything. The problem is that the Republican Party has been constantly defunding the immigration court system and all of the necessary vestiges in order to be able to, well, have the immigration system function. The reason why they're doing that is because they don't have any political policy to run on, and as a result, they need to make up policy somewhere. I've just been talking info for now, but personally I'm pretty sure in like 50 years of now, there's going to be a pretty small group of 100% of anything. Why does that matter? That's the immediate question. Like, why does that matter? I don't particularly care about that. It doesn't matter. So then why mention it? But it does to a lot of people. Well, they're just being stupid and annoying if they're just, I don't know, bitching and complaining about something that ultimately doesn't really matter. Like, who cares? Mostly. Like, if they just want to be mad about the fact that, I don't know, like a bunch of immigrant populations are coming in as a byproduct of the West's actions in a lot of the third world. Because again, I'm going to say this real quick, there, Daddy Nip Nip. There's a saying that you should probably learn, and it's called the rising tide raises all ships. If you're so concerned, for example, well, not you, but if those people are so concerned about immigration as they are, okay, then they should be absolutely for doing everything possible to improve material conditions in their fucking country. They should absolutely be for that, but they're not for some reason. They want to do the whole, like, Pax Americana fucking LARP bullshit. And it's just like, well, I mean, if you don't want migrants to be a part of the United States so badly, then why the fuck do you keep constantly advocating for taking over their countries and just, like, fucking with them? That doesn't make any sense to me. There's a contradiction. A very clear contradiction. So, like, why are we doing this? Is it all just LARP? I'm saying that rhetorically, of course. Yeah, it's all just LARP. That's what it is. It's all just LARP and attempts at sort of, like, I don't know, making, like, trying to ore farm, basically. I'm worried old heads are going to be like, well, if you aren't X or Y, you're the bad guy. I mean, they're going to do that anyways. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just, they're in an annoying, loud minority. Just make fun of them. Just be like, shut your dumb ass up. No one cares. Have some fucking empanadas or some shit, you know? Yo, have some empanadas. They taste good. Or something. I don't know. Have some shawarma. Shawarma tastes good. That's what I have to say to those guys. Like, it's just one of those things where it's just like, it's such a nothing burger of a problem. And again, if ultimately, like I said before, if a lot of these people really care so much about demographic replacement, for example, then they should be absolutely for the improvement of the material conditions within those countries. So then these people don't just keep coming over if they care so much about it. But for whatever reason, they never do. It's a little strange to me. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you see what I'm pointing out here. It's what I have a problem with is with all the constant contradictions. They keep contradicting themselves in terms of their positions. And it's just like, well, okay. I'm offering solutions to the problem, but most of these people don't tend to accept. And that's true. People do just want to hate for no reason. It's irrational thinking. I have no respect for it, logically speaking. I just make fun of it. I'm just like, okay, you're just fucking stupid, little bro. I don't know, like, you're so obsessed with, like, Tyrone or, I don't know, fucking Manuel, fucking Stacy because you didn't get a Stacy in high school. Now you have to, like, basically project that onto everybody else. It's very cringe and annoying. My own personal concern is that we will be so mixed that we dummy down the pool of what to hate. What? I'm a little confused by what you mean by that, I'm not gonna lie. I just don't see why that's like a concern, mostly. If we're gonna be so mixed, then why would people keep hating? If it just doesn't matter, right? I'm a little confused. Because religions are based off spreading their word. So it's about religion or something? I'm still a little lost, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the thing with, like, religion specifically is that, I mean, there's been plenty of, like, empires and various, like, countries and sort of, kingdoms that have all had, like, mixed races, mixed religions throughout history, and for the most part, they would just get along fine. Like, I mean, the Ottoman Empire had, what, Jews, Turks, Muslims, Orthodox Christians living in their borders for a long time, and in terms of, like, race relations, it was, like, totally fine. Thank you for the raid, Beer Bash. I appreciate that, buddy. I did forget to say what up, Jerry. What's up, Jerry? Yeah, shout out to Beer Bash, of course. We're gonna get so mixed. We're gonna have to find something to fight about or / hate as humans. Why? Like, why? If we've gone to the point where everyone, like, okay. So, we're gonna have to assume some things to sort of, I guess, talk about this. Okay. First off, because that's human nature, no, it's not. Human nature is cooperation, not fighting and hatred. You're making a mistake there. Nothing within human nature is about hatred and fighting one another. The reason why we, for example, are the dominant species on the planet is because of the ability of humanity to have not only consciousness, but to be able to form complex social societies and concepts like tools, like societies, philosophy, various other things, because we are conscious beings that are capable of communicating and working with one another. That's how society, or primitive accumulation, even began with in the first place. All of us came together, or used to come together, for the last, at some points in time, or whatever, and basically decided to create societies, and then it eventually expanded into states, into kingdoms, into nations, blah 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 blah. Name one group of humans that lasted forever that all agreed on the same thing. In the 90s, we all agreed as a planet to close the hole in the ozone layer, and in terms of regulating certain deodorant products. All of us came together as a planet and agreed via UN resolutions to, yes, regulate aerosols. Thank you, Beer Bash. And hairspray. That was a world effort. That was a communal, collective effort. Every human coming into the agreement, for example, of saying this hole in the ozone layer caused by aerosols and also deodorants. Yeah, the Montreal Protocol. Thank you, Beer Bash. Was a collective effort by the entirety of humanity. Yep, the Montreal Protocol. And that basically ignored race, creed, religion, ideology, whatever. It ascended past all of that. Because everyone came to the collective agreement in saying, yeah, the hole in the ozone layer is kind of bad, guys. That hole up there, it's not good. It's not a good hole. It's a bad hole, actually. Biggest causes are propellant gases for aerosols and refrigerant gases. The propellants being the part in deodorant products. Yep, and that's what caused a big-ass hole in the ozone layer. And every scientist was just like, this is really bad. Like, really bad. We have to do something about this. And everyone came to the collective agreement, like, yeah, we have to do something about this. Because having a hole in the ozone layer, that's not good, guys. It makes it such that our atmosphere is not going to be able to be the blue dome that we need to have oxygen in there to be able to breathe. It's like, you know, popping a big hole in like a water balloon or something. Well, maybe not a water balloon. That's probably not exactly it. But yeah. Well, maybe. I'm not a. I don't have future sight or anything. But what you need to understand here, Daddy Nip Nip, is that hate is a human concept. It is something that we just made up. A lot of the basis for hatred within humanity, we just made that shit up. And who's to say... You're not understanding. I'm not talking about the emotion of hatred. I'm talking about the basis of human hatred. Is what I'm saying. The basis of human hatred, whether it be, you know, religious, racial, what have you, we just made that shit up. These are all human societal concepts that we created. We can stop those or change those at any point in time. We can. We just can, right? People don't just naturally hate because they want to naturally hate. Hate is something, or a hatred of a person is something that is taught. Like I've said this before, but I've talked about this in a video where I have talked about the social utility of hatred. Because there is social utility to hatred. Will they? Given the infinite regress of human, procreation, thought, and education, are humans always going to hate something? Are they? You don't know that. I don't know that. Nobody knows that. It's not within human nature to just automatically just hate something. It's just not. A lot of basis for human hate is manufactured from somewhere, whether it be for particular political purposes or other things or other reasons. It obviously depends on the situation. But yes. Yeah, a beer bash, you know, I was about to say the same thing. I have talked about this before on my YouTube channel, known as the social utility of hatred. Hatred is a powerful thing. Hate is a powerful thing. And it can spurn on very, very useful things sometimes. It depends, of course. But the problem very often with hatred is that it is seen automatically as something that's inherently regressive. That's a bit of a mistake. It depends on the situation, right? For example, and this is the example that I generally speaking use. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, you are being ruled by a dictatorial tyrant. Someone who's just a tyrant, and is just like a complete asshole or whatever. Let's just say, right?
Well, we're fucked.
Thank you, Sacrificial MILF. So let's say you are being ruled by a dictator, some kind of a tyrant or whatever. Doesn't matter, right? The likelihood that someone is going to hate that sort of tyrant, that dictator, is very, very high. And that hatred can spurn on people to do particular things. Daddy, I think you might be the one who's out of tune in terms of human nature. We're talking exactly in terms of the frame, the lens of human nature. You just simply put disagree with it, and you're not really outlining the problems with any of my positions or any disagreements that you're having. I've perfectly described what human nature is inherently. And you're just here saying that I'm out of tune, or the chat is out of tune with human nature. And you're not really engaging with any of the things that I'm saying. Oh, I am? Yes! Yes, you are. I'm engaging perfectly with your positions. I'm offering, I'm saying a bunch of stuff. Talking about human nature. You're the one who's just, like, essentially just, I don't know, operating in your, like, thought terminator cliche. No, not thought terminating cliche. You have your particular sort of thought, and you're just not budging from it. Which is, like, that's normal, that's fine, whatever. But, I mean, you're the one who's, like, deferring and talking about the chat and a bunch of stuff. When I'm, like, engaging with your thing. You know? What did Beerbash say? You have no fucking clue what human nature is. Human nature is not monolithic. That's true. You're mindlessly parroting the same tired rhetoric of a bunch of dipshit fake philosophers whose arguments are completely obliterated logically by extremely observable historical and present patterns of human behavior. Okay. What has every big event in humanity been filled by? It's only a handful of emotions. One of those emotions is hatred. Not really. I mean, it depends. So obviously, okay, we'll ascribe labels here to myself, specifically. I am a Marxist, some flavor of Marxist, libertarian socialist specifically. The lens of analysis that I utilize in order to sort of talk about this, in terms of what drives, shall we say, historical events would be historical materialism. Generally speaking, I take a look at the lens of material conditions. You know, our good old favored Karl Marx rigmarole fuck-a-McGee. Very cool, very good. So I think a lot of the material conditions on the ground are what have driven historical sort of events. The concepts that you are talking about, such as hatred, well, first off, it depends, like, what you mean by hatred. Like, racial hatred, it's not really a concept back during those days. Not like how we think about it today. Not exactly. In terms of, say, like, a hegemonic sort of, like, competition, would you say that's hatred? Maybe. Like, did the Romans hate the Sassanids? I mean, if you ask your sort of like random Roman citizen, maybe. I have no fucking idea because that was thousands of years ago at this point in time. So like I don't know. Who really knows? Or like did the Romans hate the Carthaginians or something? Probably not initially. But then ambition rose within particular Roman senators or generals, and they had ambitions for higher office and conquest and glory, and as a result, you have stuff like the Punic Wars. Because of a lot of material interests. Like, were the Romans racist to Carthaginians? Who the fuck knows? It's not. I don't think that's really a thing that Romans ever really thought about. It was just like, imperial ambitions. That's different. That's imperialism. That's being driven by, materialistic sort of desire of empire. Okay, I only need about 100. Romans probably went to the Levant and said, damn, these people are just like us. Probably. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not a Levantine, so. Like, how am I supposed to know exactly? I have no idea. Alright, that's the 100 polymer resin that I need. If I need more polymer resin, we'll figure that out. Yeah, I mean, well, not only for the Romans, but that was also the case for the Greeks. That's where the Romans got it from the Greeks. Because if we're talking about cultural output, a lot of the stuff that came from the Romans derives from Greek culture and Greek interpretations of the world, mostly. Magna Graecia, blah, 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 blah. Cultural osmosis, shit like that. That's a good point, Beer Bash, yeah. Not a single time anyone said it's never okay to feel hatred. The whole point of these conversations is that hating people over shit like sexual orientation, race, etc. contributes to absolutely nothing and collectively makes everyone's lives worse. And also, it's just like, logically speaking, it's also just stupid. It's just bad. It's just bad logic. That's what it is. Here, you know what? We're gonna. I unironically just timestamped this like recently. We're pulling up the kilotonics video. We're pulling up the kilotonics video.
Before we go, there's someone. Before we.
I don't know if Daddy Nip Nip is still here, but here. Well, I mean, whatever. They left? Well, yeah, because they weren't getting the answers that they wanted. Dude, everything is human nature. It's all about hatred and all this stuff. Like, all they said was all they talked about was just hatred. Like, that's it. It's just like, well, it's not that simple. It's very complicated. We're talking about highly complex socioeconomic conditions and history that leads to these things. But I'll finish my point, mostly because I want to play this bit from Kilotonics anyways, because it perfectly describes like what we're talking about. So because there's social utility to hatred. There is. It exists. Saying that everything is forehead, human nature, and it's within human nature to hate is a fascistic belief. When it's like, well, no, it's not really that simple. Also called him out for not engaging with the points, and it scared him? Yes, it did. I mean, he was not engaging with any of the points. But here, Kilo, what do you got for me, buddy?
Before we go, there's someone I want to introduce. It's a guy who's one of the great internet philosophers of our time, and he's somebody I think Ethan Klein would have a lot in common with. His name's John Card, and in his video on Pirate Software, he has something to say that I think applies to Ethan Klein perfectly.
There's some people out there in the world who think it's just inherently wrong or regressive or childish to hate people or to rail against public figures online or whatever. And those people are wrong. Wrong, and just trying to run cover for all the other people in the world who deserve criticism. When do you find someone who deserves all the hate they're getting, and much, much more? Encourage that hate. Feed it. Remind yourself and others that it's perfectly okay, good even, to wish all the worst in the world on this guy and people like him. You shouldn't just merely dislike the man or simply disagree with his opinions. You should hate him and everything he stands for and represents.
That's talking about the social utility of hatred. There's nothing wrong inherently with hatred. It's an emotion. It's a it is an emotion that is very primal and built from a position known as anger. Hate, generally speaking, comes out of anger. Anger is a primal emotion for the human existence. Everybody is angry. Everyone gets angry about something. And that anger can be kindled into hatred if there is no proper outlet for said anger. Incels, for example, are a very, very good example of this. They are experiencing a primal sort of anger, a resentment, a hatred that is not being properly expressed, doesn't have a proper outlet, and then it turns into hate. That's how it works, when the root basis of it is about anger, fundamentally speaking. That's just a fact. And as a result, and this is what most conservatives don't understand, they never engage at all with the root basis that hatred comes out of. Never. They never do. They just accept the fact that they have that hatred. That's it. When in reality, what they're expressing is an anger about something that they don't really understand all that much. They never do that root cause analysis. There's a social utility to hatred, to anger. There's utility to these emotions. They're important for certain motivations throughout history. But to just simply say that it's an inherent part of human nature for us to just automatically be angry at a particular sort of thing for no reason is ridiculous. That's nonsense. And that's what that guy was not engaging with. Hatred does not exist for the sake of its own existence, for its own self-perpetuation. It exists because it's born out of somewhere. Because of anger and resentment that you have about something or someone or a concept or whatever. Can come from anywhere. It's very simple, really. If you want to do the whole philosophy, fuck-a-McGee rigmarole. Yeah, exactly, because it's frustrating, right? It's inherently annoying when people are being at a certain point in time. You just have to come to the conclusion that they are just being purposefully obtuse. Well, it's just like, well, I know that you're just full of shit and you'd have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. So, like, what am I supposed to operate off of here? What am I supposed to assume? Like, do I just think that you're just a fucking idiot? Like, you're a child? Barely capable of, like, having, like, a functioning brain or something? Like, what is this? Like, what am I being given to work with here? Like, okay. If we want to do the whole infinite regress of hatred, I mean, we could, but that's extremely boring. It's extremely boring and it takes forever. And I'm highly uninterested in such quote-unquote conversation. Like, I could care less about it. Because it offers nothing and it functionally accomplishes nothing. But I mean, we can. But I'm going to insult you the whole time while we're having that quote-unquote conversation. Because of just how worthless it is. Which is why I, talked about the social utility of hatred. Because a lot of people don't seem to understand that. Now, my assessments might not be, like, particularly accurate, but that's just how I thought of it. I've talked with some people about it, and they're just like, yeah, I don't 100% really agree with what you're saying. Talked about it with the philosophy nerds that I fucking know. And there's like, it's not exactly accurate, but like, sure. But unfortunately, to have these sort of ideas, these discussions, these sort of talks, you have to be, at the very least, somewhat intellectually curious. And I don't think that guy was intellectually curious. At all. Acted curious at first, but it was a ruse. Many such cases. Well, the dude thought he'd be able to get, like, some kind of a bait or a rise out of me. And then saw that that was not happening, and then it was just like, well, fuck. This guy's not a dumbass. And then he fucked off. It's many such cases. It's just how it is. Bro tried and failed. I also found the clip he was talking about is literally only available out of context. There is no findable source. So it's worthless then to talk about that sort of... because I figured that just seems like something that's just completely out of context. And we'll probably never find the actual findable source whatsoever. Because that VOD more than likely does not exist anymore. So it's worthless to talk about. Like, I don't care. Like, if I don't have the full context of what Hasan is saying about, I don't know, saying about how, like, a bunch of, Hasan probably, because I'm operating off of the assumption, because I can already tell just based off of the construction of the phrasing. I can just tell immediately. More than likely, some chud was being annoying in chat. Hasan picked him out for whatever reason, and then just said that shit about like brown people breeding all the white women or something, right? Guaranteed. I know the pattern of behavior of Hasan. I used to be an old Hasan head. And Hasan has not really changed all that much in terms of his behavior. He is not. He's changed somewhat in terms of a lot of his beliefs, but in terms of his behavior, not really. So I know exactly what he's talking about there. Oh, if he was putting on a voice as well, then yeah, it's meant to be a performance. Yeah, so I'm, like, basically that dude was trying to, like, find some kind of a clip chimp or something. He didn't get what he wanted, and then he fucked off. Because I wasn't giving him what he wanted. Guaranteed at that point. Like... Which is why I say it is incredibly important to be patient. Very important to be patient. Because I could tell, just based off of the conversations, like, this dude sounds like a fucking weirdo. I can just tell. Oh. Wait, I know this clip. Oh, this clip's been making the rounds, actually. I've seen, like, a part of the... Okay, no, I know now what clip it is. I didn't look at it because I didn't care. Like, I was just like, okay, I don't really give a shit. No, a bunch of, like, weirdos are airing it. That's who's airing it. Weirdos are talking about it. Man, I just wanted to start making some fucking turbo fuel, and first thing I have to do is deal with the brigade, and then, I don't know, have some jabronis come and chat. I mean, not that I'm particularly upset about it. Like, I'm not. I love the quote-unquote spirited intellectual fight. Like I said before, I am still always in the mode of blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, in a rhetorical sense, of course. But, you know, it does get to a point where it becomes very boring. Because with a lot of these dudes, they're just the exact same. I legitimately couldn't find anything on it. The only people who took it seriously are fucking dumb. Yeah, by the way, that clip that you pulled up, Zane, that shit is at least from 6 years ago. Right when Hasan was starting. I can tell from the background. That shit is probably from a very long time ago. You're probably not going to find that VOD. I mean, you can make an argument. 2021. Okay, yeah. I know. I just know. Sometime in October 2021. Yeah, see, I knew it. That was when I also stopped around that time, stopped watching Hasan, because it just wasn't interesting to me anymore. Mostly because my lens of analysis expanded beyond, well, Bernie or Bust, and, well, I was unfortunately watching more Vosh at that point in time. Because Vosh was, like, the only one who was at the very least proposing something else instead of Bernie or Bust, which I did not think was just effective at any point in time. It's like, well, I mean, at this point in time, we have to come up with a differing strategy and do something else. Because I was just not convinced by Bernie or Bust. I just wasn't. I thought Bernie or Bust was extremely stupid. Because it's like, yeah, this Bernie or Bust shit's dumb. It doesn't accomplish anything. Like, it does nothing. Like, why are we doing this? It's just silly. It was. Yep. But no, people had to, like, I don't know, like, soy out with Chapo and all that fucking shit. It's just like, you guys are fucking idiots. This does nothing. Well, yeah, I mean, he was a massive Bernie or Buster, but then again, Jackson, like, Honkus Bonkus, fucking Dinkus Winkus, is a chameleon. He doesn't believe in anything. Also remember, you never call Jackson Hinkle, ever, by his first name. Reminder to everybody. Never call him by his first name. I also love how he didn't reply to the Aspen comment, couldn't blow his cover, had to play the fake centrist narrative. Well, that's what I was mostly trying to tease out of him. The human nature stuff, like, I mean, that just made it obvious to me that we're just dealing with a fascist. Fascists say that stuff. That's what fascists say. And believe in. Specifically focusing on the nature of humanity and not about, like, material reality. Like, that dude was probably looking for me to just call him, like, oh, well, you're just a fascist, blah, 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 blah. You know, he was trying to get, like, again, he was trying to fucking clip farm. Like, all these people, that's all they do. They just try to fucking clip farm. That's it. But I wasn't biting. Because I more or less knew what exactly he was doing just based off the first couple of messages that he was trying to pull. Like, I'm not stupid. It's like, yeah, buddy, I've done this whole rodeo before. Like, you're not slick. Like, I know what you're up to. I'm not dumb. Bro couldn't get his, I don't know, fucking dunkery doos or whatever. Because it wasn't biting, and then he fucked off. That's it. Yes, that's also a massive tell as well. It's like, we're being defensive. Not really. We're staking a claim. We're making our position be, you know, heard and talked about. You're just not engaging, little bro. That's not our problem. That's a you problem. It's not our fault that you don't want to engage with what we're saying. Like, okay. Like, cope, I guess, or something? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you want? I mean, I could just do this cheese. Oh, fuck it. Let's just do that instead. Makes the belt a little cleaner. You know, I always wondered what music Kilotonics used in his videos, but apparently Kilotonics himself said that it's a bit of a mixture of piano music, or like guitar music that I think he recorded himself, as well as the stop gaps being filled in by AI, I believe. I must say, it did sound pretty good, as much as I don't really like, you know, music with AI. But then again, who knows if it's like generative AI or whatever. No, I wouldn't say he's a sloperator. I don't think so, Boy Meets Mini. If it was a sloperator, then his videos would not be that good. Because his videos are good. Well, I mean, that video was quite good. Not really seen anything else in terms of any of other Kilotonics' other work. to expand this. Where would I expand this to? Probably in that direction over there. We will commit to that then. Actually, we will not. We're going to be intelligent. Although I do have to say, I will pat myself on the back for remembering about the Montreal Protocol. Man, when was an instance of all of humanity coming together for the greater good? Like, literally 30 years ago. Man, it's a good thing I know history. Because, reminder, unironically, Montreal Protocol, yeah, that was 30 years ago. Let that sink in. $30 years ago. Maybe not exactly 30 years. It was about 30 years ago. Probably coming up on 40. It was in the early 90s. The Montreal Protocols. But Daho, you could literally check this on Google in like 3 seconds. I mean, I could. But I'm lazy. Okay, well, that's almost that done. It's just the water needs to be connected, and then we need to also, because we almost have rubber, all that's left is the water, and that should be what, 300 per minute. Go Gadget Extreme water pump. Then we have to go Gadget, get some more fucking iron plates of all things, because we need a bunch of fucking goddamn holes. Although, honestly, we could just do the meme. Yeah, I guess I'll just do the meme instead.
The memes.
Yeah, we'll just do the meme instead. One, two. Yeah, coffee this late? What are you, fucking crazy? What are you, putis? So you're not on anyone's clearance, you fucking idiot. Alright, all that's pretty much left after getting all of this shit basically done is the actual creation of turbo fuel itself. That's it. Then we need to put together some packagers and package the turbo fuel, and we'll be done. Hooray. Hooray. Then, oh boy, the arduous journey of replacing all of the fucking coal and the idiots. Although, honestly, it's not going to be that hard because everything's already named Fuel Depot, so it's actually not going to be that hard. We just have to say replace that and then just, like, stick the coal into, like, some generators or something just to fucking get rid of it. So, that's fine. And then we eventually will do the same thing with rocket fuel. Is there an iron source that's nearby in this area? Nope. Yeah, it's the ones all the way over there. I mean, we can always just ship in the iron plates, but those are even further away. Because it's always better to just make them local. Because the process is really easy. Okie dokie. Each one is divided by 4, so we have to make this 1200 to get our 300 per second. You're a fucking poo-poo butt cheek. I hate you. Thank you. It's almost 2 in the morning. That's not conducive. We'll be fine. It's not the end of the world. Turns out I have a lot more fuel than I thought. And the base recipe for the creation of turbo fuel does not consume as much fuel as I thought it did. 22.5. We make about 667 fuel per minute. You know, assuming pipe mechanics aren't being fucking stupid, of course. So guess what? That's a lot of turbo fuel. A lot of turbo fuel. Let's see, 22.5 divided by 667, that's about 30-ish. No. Not that high. It's like 25-ish. No, it is almost 30. 29.6. So it's actually 30. 30 refineries. And of course, what? 30 by 18.75. 562 turbo fuel per minute. pretty good. Then, of course, we need to package it. Which will require about 11 of these things. But that'll make us about 600 package, or 500 packaged turbo fuel per minute. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Scrunching this all in is going to be kind of annoying and kind of difficult, to be honest. In fact, it's going to be very difficult. Okay, that should be good. Really? Are we just short? That's fucking cringe if that's the case. Can I cheese this? The answer to that question is no. I probably would like to play Pokopia. What's up, Securitron? You talk about Pokopia or what I'm playing right now? Well, what I'm playing right now is Satisfactory. Is what I am playing. And we're just building a humble factory. We're now automated rubber production. Should be 170 rubber per minute, which is more than enough because you don't need a lot of rubber in this game. Boy Meets Mini really likes New Vegas and Fallout. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, we're playing Satisfactory. Or as some might say, we are satisfying our factory. But we're just working on our fuel setup, which is just dealing with well, this is where the game essentially says, hey, you're gonna have to deal with byproducts. Smile. And at the very least, it's that there are useful loops associated with foundries, so it's like it's not that big of a deal. But eventually, we get to the point where we have to deal with what I like to call fuck-ass byproducts, where they're just like, well, here's this byproduct that's just, like, just annoying enough such that you have to deal with you have to basically create a complex system that's just, like, nonsensical and annoying. And it's just like, oh, wow, fuck you, you're an asshole, I hate you. Yeah, we have a few of those guys. We have a few Fallout fans. Many such cases. Okay, so based from my calculations, I need about 30 refineries. Which means I definitely don't have enough prerequisite material to build all those refineries. That is for certain. So I need about 30 refineries. One of them is being underclocked. Specifically, it would have to come from this pipe because this is the pipe that produces about 266.7 fuel per minute. So it would have to be from this row that we'd get the underclocking. And then this is 400, or this is 200, this is 200 for 400 in total in 2 separate pipes. Why? Because these do not have the prerequisite throughput until we get the upgraded pipes, and then we'll have the prerequisite throughput. Very cool. But what? If I recall, this is a fairly ugly fucking number. Yeah, 22.5. Which is not great. It's about 9. A little under 9. We'd have to underclock 1. So, about 9. 9 for this row, 9 for that row. And this will be more than that. And then make sure we deal with appropriate waste products as need arises. That's the plan. However, there are jams, because this turbo fuel production we will want to keep going constantly. Now, about 30 compacted fuel requires about 15 compacted coal per minute. Of course, all these recipes are subject to change once we get appropriate alternative recipes. We just don't have access to them right now because I have to go out and find a bunch of hard drives. Blah, 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 blah. Which we will do once we have prerequisite material. So we need to make sure our loop is constantly going, because if there is a problem with the loop, everything will halt and then we'll be out of fuel for the trucks, which is bad. Then my well-oiled machine will not be able to run properly. Daho, are you sure that this is a well-oiled machine? Yes. Smile. Okay, well, I'm going to stop with the video game for the time being. Okay. We're going to grab water. But yeah, we're going to grab water, stretch my legs, go to the bathroom and whatnot, and then we're going to get started on segments. I'll be right back, gamers. we are back. Am I about to ratio Chibi reviews? That's the real question. There's a reason why I'm mentioning him. Might as well. So true, Alex. As we all know, the entirety of human existence is motivated by nothing but hatred. Ugh, I do not like the sizing of this window. No, he's gone after Niara before. I don't know, you were a fan of Niara there, Fox of Fate. Well, I mean, you know, Fox Girl, Fox of Fate, checks out, right? Anywho, let's get started. Now, you may be asking yourself some important questions. Daho, why do we have our favored lolly conflating lolcow loser in Chibi Reviews here currently at this juncture? And intrepid chatter or commenter, what have you? The answer to that question is relatively simple. To talk about a concept, I suppose for lack of a better term, and that is the logical fallacy of guilt by association. Guilt by association is a logical fallacy that a lot of dishonest people, like Chibi Reviews, generally speaking employs in order to go after detractors. It is essentially saying, oh, you once talked with this person or associated with this person at one particular time, therefore you must take responsibility for all of their actions. Okay. It should be fairly obvious why that's extremely fucking stupid, right? Are people who are going to be talking to certain people that they're associating with going to be privy to all of their private actions at all times? Or even message that person? Or even have close relationships with that person? No, not necessarily. If you have a couple of comments here or there on like people's threads, maybe like a DM or two, does that mean you're going to have some form of close relationship formed there? No, absolutely the fuck not. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, why are you saying this? Well, it's because that's exactly what Chibi Reviews is doing here. Apparently, there's this VTuber who goes by the name of AKA Fox or Aka Fox, whatever. I don't really give a shit about how to pronounce the name. Doesn't matter. And apparently, there are credible accusations of this person being a pedophile. Obviously bad, but hilarious that ChibiReviews is, pulling up a pedophile accusation upon someone else. I find that to be very, very funny, but whatever. That ultimately doesn't really matter. And is trying to essentially attack people who have associated with this AKA Fox individual in both Niara and an infamous V-tweeter who goes by the name of Bint, who has, I don't know, a bunch of like very, very strange fucking detractors online. Why? Because far-righters have fundamentally nothing better to do really within their lives. And I mostly just want to take this as an opportunity to not only shit on ChibiReviews, who's more than likely okay with pedophilia, but also to talk about the concept of guilt by association and to talk about its problems. We're going to go through the video of ChibiReviews of him more than likely going through various Twitter threads, bitching, moaning, and complaining for the most part, because that's ChibiReviews in a nutshell. It's just him just bitching, moaning, and complaining on Twitter threads, because he's just a stupid fucking lol cow who has made it very clear that fundamentally all he really cares about is trying to rage bait and garner outrage in order to get a payout on Twitter. He has made that extremely fucking clear. Alright, Chibi, what do you got for me, buddy?
The very people that have been pushing...
Thank you, YouTube.
The very people that have been pushing for literally almost 2 years now that I am a predator, someone that is a danger to kids, the people that have been doing that are actually, in fact, the predators. I'm not joking. Like, I'm not even joking. So let's just get right into this. So, basically, there is an individual called AkaFoxVT. This was a post they made about me on...
And just real quick, the reason why people think you're a predator, ChibiReviews, is because when you were 28, you were dating someone that was in high school, who was at the age of 18. That's why that association is being made. Also, you very much so love to constantly do a conflation between lolicon and lolly. So that's another problem, Chibi. That's why people think you're a predator.
June 22nd, 2026.
Or pedophile,
I covered this post, actually, about a month and a half ago when this came out. I talked about how there was 3,000 people plus that liked this person's tweet to basically side with I'm not joking, this person is a registered sex offender that harmed, I'm not joking, kids. There is Google Docs of it, okay? That they have felonies associated with their name, okay? And 3,000 people decided to side with this individual over me because I protect fictional content, because I'm someone that fights for,
So, ChibiReviews is immediately doing the logical fallacy of guilt by association. Chibi, immediate question. Does everyone who liked that fucking post know about those Google documents? Know about the fact that this AkaFox individual was arrested? I do find it very convenient that ChibiReviews is not showing the original thread, and when this seemingly got posted based off of the number of views here. Very dishonest here already. How do I know that ChibiReviews is telling the truth here? ChibiReviews lies all the time. Very, very often. Very, very dishonest framing here inherently, because did everyone who liked that particular post know about AkaFox's behaviors and actions? No. So then why on earth are we doing this guilt by association nonsense? Why? In order to project and have people sort of like look away from your own particular suspicious and strange actions? That's really the only conclusion that I can get to.
Anti-censorship. Basically, you had people that sided with an individual like this. And upon all this, basically, I called this out. And then now, it's been about a month and a half since, this came out. Probably, less than a month and a half, about a month over, since this post was made. And now, this morning, the very same individual that did that post that was a registered sex offender, they also, once again, got arrested. They got arrested by literal U.S. Marshals. Again, by the way. Again. This is, bro. Bro, now here is the reason why I'm even making this video. Obviously, this person was already a criminal and should have been rotting in prison for already harming kids. I'm just gonna say, they should already have been under the jail. They should not even ever have seen the light of day outside of a prison. When you go that far to actually harm real people, no, you don't deserve your freedom anymore. I'm just being blunt. You can call that a hot take, I don't care. I'm just saying it like it is. And obviously, this person has now done, once again, another crime that has put them, once again, in federal trouble with U.S. Marshals. That is a massive, massive ordeal. Now, with all this that came out, obviously, I called this out, basically, and come to find out, people that, you know, have called me, I'm not joking, an actual predator for years now, that have sided with people that have cyber-stalked me, harassed me, doxed me, swatted me, and overall slandering my name almost in any way they possibly can. Those individuals...
So he's doing the exact same logical fallacy yet again. Guilt by association. Again, I would assume that a lot of these individuals here who were following Akafox, again, probably did not know about the actions that Akafox did in terms of being a sexual offender, specifically to minors, you know, being a fucking pedophile. Duh, obviously. Did any of these people know about that? No? No. So then why the fuck are we doing this? That's the immediate fucking question then. Second off, I don't know how many times this has to be said to you, ChibiReviews. The reason why you're called the fucking predator is because you were a 28-year-old whose fiance you started, or the fiance that you used to have, pack watch Rip Bozo, who basically just was dating someone who was at 18 years of age, barely out of fucking high school, when you were at 28, bro. We have all the screenshots and all of that as well to fucking prove that nonsense. So, like, why the fuck are you doing this, man? Like, why? This is nonsensical. People have also talked about that. Again, complete fucking hypocrite here. Like, it doesn't fucking matter here. Like, Chibi, if you don't want to be called a predator, then you should basically do everything possible to not out yourself to be as big of a fucking predator as possible, and not to do the whole conflation between Lolly and Lolicon. Again, Lolicon is explicit in terms of hypersexualization of children. Lolly is just depictions of children or young-looking adults, or very, very like small people within anime and media. Right? Lolicon is explicit in terms of its hypersexualization. But ChibiReviews constantly does the whole AMOC bit, because AMOC did the exact same line of argumentation of trying to conflate, not in terms of like anime. The mediums are obviously different, but trying to conflate the possession of child pornography to that of the possession of pornography, and try to make it a whole free speech issue. That's the exact same line of logic that you are taking, GB, which is why people have a lot of fucking problems with you.
Individuals, like for instance, Bent and Yara, are following the registered sex offender. And I want to make sure this is fundamentally clear. They were following this person until this morning. That they were following this person until this news broke. Now, the reason why this is important is because the post I made...
So from what I understand, ChibiReviews is actually lying in this particular instance. They were following this individual, I believe both Bint and Niara here, as Bint is indicating themselves. I unfollowed and cut ties with this person as soon as I found out about those charges. This isn't hard to find. I'm sorry that victims of CSA are just an own and a culture war misinformation game for you because you're paranoid about what you masturbate to. I can't really disagree with that. And again, well, same thing with fucking Niara. Niara also unfollowed that person as soon as they fucking figured out exactly what was going on. But, you know, dumb fuck right-wingers are still going to be dishonest about this from the beginning. But whatever. Like, expecting honesty from these people? Whoa, shocker.
About this, for instance, talking about this individual, this became public. A lot of people found out. I got like 10 to 14,000 likes. I made a YouTube video on it, and Nyara, the person that is following this individual, even commented on the video I made about the person. But they were still following them, and so was Bent. Bent was still following this individual after this information came out. And now you're probably wondering, okay, so am I doing guilt by association? No, actually. It's kind of the same tactics they use against everybody else, but...
Oh, really? You're not doing guilt by association, then? Then why would you lie about Ben's position then specifically? That's not the right thing. Why would you lie about Ben's position there specifically? Why? Why would you lie about them? That's a little curious. Interesting. Because again, you are doing guilt by association, Chibi, because they had no idea. They didn't know. And are you saying... Okay, when did fucking ChibiReviews make this this video? Did the two individuals here, Nyara and Bint, comment on that? You know what? Let's check this fucking claim. I'm curious now. God, this dude's fucking channel is so fucking stupid, man. Where is this fucking dumbass's fucking video? He said he made it about a month ago? This guy has a very large obsession with Gwen Tennyson. I'm noticing. We'll be talking about his obsession with Gwen Tennyson. Very often is using the exact same screenshot of Gwen Tennyson. Like, did this guy actually make a video on this shit? I'm not finding this video in his video catalog. What the fuck is this shit? I am not finding it at all. What? Did ChibiReviews lie? Okay, I'm trying to find this jabroni's video specifically talking about this situation. I'm not finding it anywhere. Let me double check to see. What did he say exactly?
1,000 likes. I made a YouTube video on it, and Nyara, the person...
I made a YouTube video on it, but I can't find it anywhere in his fucking YouTube catalog. Where is it? Did he delete the video? So I guess he's just lying here? I'm unironically looking through his fucking YouTube catalog, right? He said he made a video about it a month ago. Let me listen to that again.
This individual, this became public. A lot of people found out. I got like 10 to 14,000 likes. I made a YouTube video on it, and Nyara, the person that is following this individual, even commented on.
This was about, yeah, like, what was this, about a month ago? In June? About 2 months ago, right? Because we're in August-ish. I'm not finding anything about Akafox at all on Chibi's channel. So is he just lying here? I think he just might be lying here, guys. Okay, so he's not only doing guilt by association, but he's also fucking lying here. Incredible. So he's trying to do a guilt by association trip on a video that he didn't even fucking make. Why would you lie like this, Chibi? Like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
On the video I made about the person, but they were still following them, and so was Bent. Bent was still following this individual after this information came out. And now you're probably wondering, okay, so am I doing guilt by association? No, actually. It's kind of the same tactics they use against everybody else, but I'm pointing something out. This isn't a traditional guilt by association. There is so much more here that I'm about to reveal that makes this overall, like I said already, batshit insane. So let's dive into this. So basically, we had individuals sweeping for the criminal. We have, like, Dawn, which I already proved a while back, and
this is this person talking about about the Demi drama, you fucking idiot. Referring to what Akafox was saying about the Demi drama. This has no relevance whatsoever about the incident. What the fuck are we talking about here? Let me read this. 17-year-old case to attack someone defending Demi. That's how low he's willing to go. Wait, this was from 17 years ago? Wait, did they get arrested again? I'm a little confused here. Simply said Demi did nothing wrong, and Chibi immediately tried to smear her by bringing up old charges against someone else. Okay, wait, that's exactly what you're doing though, Chibi. He's doing, okay. I know what he's doing here. It's incredibly fucking weaselly. So in order to try to get a dig, or to continue cycling the Demi drama, so to summarize the Demi drama super quickly, okay? Basically, Demi doesn't want NSFW artwork of her fucking model. ChibiReviews and Rev Says Desu were bored one day, I guess, decided to spin up a whole drama about this, even though the artist who drew Demi's model in a highly sexualized way, but also drew porn of it, they talked with each other, worked it out, said, I mean, she said that she doesn't like porn of her model. The artist was just like, oh, sorry, I had no idea. They talked about it, they hashed it out, and then it was done. ChibiReviews decides to come in out of basically nowhere and accuse Demi of censoring the artist's work. For what reason exactly? I don't really know, even though there is a Twitter thread of them working it out and saying that they worked it out and talked about it. So you conjured a drama up pretty much out of nowhere there, ChibiReviews, when you decided to not really respect or understand what Demi's boundary was in terms of artwork of her fucking model, because you were bored one day or something alongside Rev Says Desu, because I guess, like, I don't know, slow day or something, I don't know.
We have, like, Dawn, which I already proved a while back, and then we also had, for instance, these individuals falling. For instance, like, Bent and Nyara is a big one. Now, I don't know anything about these three, but the point here is I know Nyara and Bent have actively sided with those that constantly slander my name and call me a PDF. I'm not joking. And basically, now...
Buddy, you dated an 18-year-old when you were 28. You constantly, and we'll get to there, have, like, a weird incest fetish with Gwen Tennyson, bro. Like, come on, buddy.
Once again, the whole thing of someone that accuses me of a crime, come to find out, they're the ones that are actively harming people. Gideon, which I made a video on talking about already, that got children arrested, put them in harm's way, potentially to get hurt by an actual adult, got put in jail briefly, and then, Akafox, which is the main focus of the video.
What does Gideon getting briefly put into jail have to do with this exactly? Okay, so from what I understand, like, Gideon apparently was also... I don't know a ton about the Gideon stuff. I don't really care about the Gideon stuff. I'm going to be really honest here. No, it's just fucking stupid. Yeah, that's true, Fox of 8. They also tried to say that Demi was getting railed on stream, which is just false, just wrong, just inaccurate. You have to be like a schizophrenic and turn yourself into a pretzel to basically think that, but whatever. But guys, I mean, if the model is like having like some weird physics issues, that means you're getting railed on stream. Like, it's so fucking stupid that you don't really have to fucking like go into anything else besides just how fucking stupid it is. But whatever, sure. The whole, like, thing with Gideon has, like, nothing to do with Akafox's case whatsoever. So you're doing guilt by association, again, ChibiReviews, by basically pulling in the drama you had with Gideon into all of this for, like, no fucking reason, little bro.
Mind this is completely separate. But anyways, we get into this situation. This is Nyara. Now, after I called out the situation of the following, Nyara decided to make a post talking about me. For instance, instead of condemning the individual, they make a post slandering me once again, saying Chibi, like other rightoids, is a cruel freak who supports the violence of ICE.
You are right, Toyd. ChibiReviews. You unironically said the N-word to Sean the Black and have supported ICE, little bro. You're a fucking righty, little bro.
Celebrates the abuse of trans kids and starts harassment campaigns and is now using a terrible
True.
situation to dunk on Bent and I. They never care about victims. They use it to push a culture war. Okay, first off, I'm just going to point this out. Trans
Buddy, you're pushing a culture war right now.
kids should not exist. That's grooming. I'm just going to say it. You find that hot take, leave. I'm just going to say. There is nobody... This is active grooming. You honestly should go to prison if you support that.
Okay, we'll just do a quick bit on this real quick. Because ChibiReviews does not understand how transition works. In terms of trans kids, in terms of like transition, in terms of taking hormones, that hardly happens. It's extremely rare, right? Blair White is a perfect example of this, which is someone on your side, ostensibly speaking, Chibi. She knew that she was trans pretty much at around 5 years old. She's talked about this before. I think on Joe Rogan's podcast, I think. She knew that when she was about 5 years old that she was trans. So, was Blair White getting groomed by her parents or something? Like, what are we talking about here exactly? Like, I'm a little curious. In terms of like hormone replacement therapy for minors, the only time when it happens, and it's very rare, is when the doctor says that it is necessary for the child to not off themselves. That's it, right? Which is in very, very rare circumstances where doctors will prescribe to actually have minors start to take HRT. It's extremely rare. It hardly fucking happens. But what the most common thing is they'll be put on puberty blockers, which are reversible, and will be socially transitioning. AKA, they'll adopt a new name. I don't know if it's like a boy transitioning to a girl. They'll grow their hair out. They'll wear they frilly dresses and start to play with girls' toys or something. Just random examples, right? Random stuff that happens, right? It's not grooming, you fucking idiot, right? No parent or anyone is telling that kid to transition, right? No one is incentivizing any of those fucking kids to transition, right? Because if it was quote-unquote popular to transition, then many other people would be doing it, I guess, if we're doing like the whole sort of transgender things. But given the amount of abuse trans people, generally speaking, have, or face, rather, to say that it is popular to transition is fucking nonsensical. It's just fucking stupid. Yeah, Chibi does love Lolly, but says trans people were groomed. Groomed by who, Chibi? By people like you? That's a good point there, Alex.
It is not okay. I don't think this is okay whatsoever. I'm just going to bluntly say that. But here's the point. Now, obviously, instead of condemning the whole individual of basically actually doing active crimes and now in federal custody, they decided to take a shot at me. And so did Bent, by the way. They both tried to take a shot at me. Now, here's the big thing. Bent actively lied today about his association with Arca Fox. And so did Nyar. I'll show both of them. But basically, if you go down, you'll see, Arca Fox already had pedo charges from before, yet you still had them followed till now. No, I did not. That's what I'm saying, this exact tweet you're replying, though. His first charge was like 10 plus years ago, and not linked to any other online identities until June. That's an outright lie, and let's actually show the proof here.
Okay, but the problem is that, unironically, they did not know about the 10-plus-year-old charges, because there was some more recent charges. Which is why, again, like, bringing up, like, 10-plus-year-old bullshit that nobody fucking knows about is irrelevant. If nobody fucking knows, like, what that's about, dude. If they know about the more recent stuff, then they will just, like, disassociate. Like, this is how it is, bro. But no one else knows about that. Like, okay, dude, nice meme.
Here. First off, Liam replied and is more upset that you called him out, which, as you can see here, but here is the problem. Okay, I'm going to actually show this right now. So if you go back here, I actually have multiple posts of this. You will see where Bent actively lies about this, and I have proof. So this is the initial post I showed, and then you can see here, back in February, he is in conversation with Aka, saying, like, for instance, much love, Bent, you were a voice standing up for a lot of people who couldn't raise their own voice. I've learned a lot, and I treasure having met you. Thank you so much, take care of yourself. Basically implying they're very good friends. But obviously...
Okay... So a reply in a thread or something? That's it? That means they're good friends? This is the standard we're going with here, Chibi? And also a mention in their chat? They typed in their chat? Before they knew about the initial charge from... This is fucking weak, man. Jesus Christ. Like... I've seen pathetic attempts at guilt by association, but this is even worse, dude.
it doesn't just stop there, their connection. You see Bent, this is Bent's, I like stream or whatever, and you can see Aka Fox on the left saying they're sitting down. I'm sitting down for the stream, showing that they're an active participant in Bent's stream. And I'll just give you blunt, Bent isn't a very massive streamer or anything like that, and I'm not trying to like down anyone on views or whatever, but the point here is he's definitely saw Aka Fox within his chat. So basically, Aka Fox was an active participant, and Bent was in communication with him for a very long time prior.
Does that mean they're friends? Do they have DMs with each other or something? Like, what the fuck is this, man? Have they met each other in real life? Do they know each other, like, very well? Like, do they know stuff about each other on, like, a personal basis or something? Like, you're just pointing to random fucking, like, Twitter interactions. That means they're friendly? That means they're, like, friends with one another? Not friendly. They're friendly with one another, obviously. But they're friends? They associate? Dude, this is exactly guilt by association to a fucking T. To a fucking T. You're trying to prescribe the fact that both Bint and Nyara are quote-unquote pedophile defenders by saying, they shared Twitter interactions and had interactions in Twitch chats. Therefore, Bint's a defender of pedophiles. Dude, this is guilt by association 101. This is weak and pathetic.
To everything. But also, Bent and Aka both sided against Tectone, trying to slander Tectone, as you can see constantly. The same type of individuals grouping together to
Tectone is a rapist, Cope and fucking Seeth, don't give a fuck.
Try to harass Tectone or other people. But obviously, there's so much more than that.
Bro, harass Tectone. Fucking, the court documents are public, you fucking idiot, but whatever.
Basically, what Bent is implying here is that he, wasn't associated with this person at all, not whatsoever, when there is active conversations that he has had with this individual, and also it's been
Wait, hold on. Chibi, do you know how to read? It said, and not linked to any of her online identities until June. Talking about his first charge was like 10 plus years ago. Wait, are they, is Aka Fox like trans or something? I have no idea. I'm just gonna go with there because I'm not sure. Whatever, who cares? So, again, this individual is talking about Aka Fox already had pedo charges from before, yet you still had followed them until now. No, I did not. That's what I'm saying in this exact tweet you're replying to. That being this right here. I unfollowed and cut ties as soon as I found out about those charges. Meaning they didn't know about the charges from 10 years ago, you dumb motherfucker. That's what is being implied here. But Chibi is like too fucking stupid about that. Like he doesn't understand that. And same with like this fucking troglodyte over here that he's trying to soy point to towards, saying like, see, therefore this means that Bint definitely fucking defends pedophilia. See. And it's just like, okay, bro, like what are we doing here, man? This is fucking nonsense, dude.
Known since May of this year that basically Aka Fox was a registered sex offender. So even the timeline of June makes no sense because it blew up in May. It blew up in like the middle of May. So this shows that he actively ignored it. But once again,
how do you know that they actively ignored that? If this blew up in May, how do you know? Chibi, you're currently blocked right now, and you were fucking blocked during that whole entire time. Do you know how Twitter works? When you did your quote-unquote expose that got like 14,000 likes? You were blocked during that time, you dumb motherfucker. Bint more than likely didn't fucking see that, you Oh, man, dude. Oh, my God. Jesus. He's really fucking stupid, man.
He was following this individual this very morning. He actually unfollowed Aka Fox this morning after everything broke with a new arrest that came out. So once again, more lies. So it is...
Because you were blocked at that time and they probably didn't see any of the fucking... Okay, whatever.
Legitimately insane how he is trying to sweep and act like he wasn't, actively ignoring the association and communicating with someone to slander others, even myself for years now, basically act like he wasn't associated with someone like that. That was harming people. But don't worry, it gets much worse than that. So after, basically this, we had Nyara try to call me out, basically say that, I'm a right to freak or whatever, but then I prove like, Nyara, you actively are engaging with someone that wants to, I'm not joking, make trans kids. Groom, okay? Like, you realize how insane that is. Like, that is legitimately insane.
So, again, we're doing guilt by association yet again. Chibi. First off, this interaction was, like, in 2025. Did Nyara know anything about Aka Fox's fucking behavior from 10 plus years ago? Probably fucking not, if I were to take a guess. Why? Because they didn't look into that shit? unlike the schizophrenics that probably on like Kiwi farms or something. So again, you are doing guilt by association to a fucking T. You're so far like what you're doing is like not special here in particular, right? These are just random interactions on Twitter. That is it. That means they are associated with one another. They're friends or something. What, did Akafox pop up in Nyara's chat or something and started chatting in there? That means you are associated with the person. You collaborated with them. You've worked with them before. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Like, this is nonsense. This is ridiculous.
You are talking with someone that isn't just a registered offender, a sex offender, okay, that has harmed people. You are actively talking about grooming with them. But we could say maybe this is a mistake. Maybe Nara had no idea. I still think this is really weird. You should not do this to kids. But let's just hypothetically, I feel way too...
I don't know. We're doing like... I don't give a fuck about the stupid transphobia here because it's wholeheartedly fucking irrelevant to this. He's just like trying to shoehorn in transphobia into this for like what reason exactly? Because he has no other argument.
Actually, way to Nara. But let's hypothetically say this might be the only interaction. No, actually, that's not. Which we're going to get into that now. So basically... Yara, after, I called this out, Yara says, proof, we never interacted, we were never Discord friends or whatever, I don't see a tweet mentioning my name, basically searching up, Akafox, there is nothing that returns with Yara, and you can see that apparently there's no DMs. Now, I'm going to showcase, I want to put a hole in this one real quick. You can delete your DMs. You can go to your DMs, and you can click clear your DMs. And, like, for instance, Yara probably cleared DMs, because that's what this looks like. We have no other information.
How do you know that? How can you be so certain that's the case? Maybe. That's entirely possible. But how do you know? That's the thing. Can you provide any evidence or proof that Nyara cleared DMs here with Akafox? Can you do that? Because if you can produce that evidence, then okay, you got your fucking smoking gun. Sure. Well, maybe a smoking gun. But if you can't do that, this is a nothing burger. You can't go off of this whatsoever. This isn't evidence to anything.
We cannot believe this is not provable whatsoever, because you can clear your DMs, and so this is not proof enough. This is unprovable. For instance, the DMs could have been completely cleared, so this is completely untrustworthy, because we know for a fact that this is a lie. You want to know how I...
Well, guess what? Your claim is also completely untrustworthy, because you don't even know if that's what Nyara did. You don't have any evidence to prove your fucking claim. So, again, bringing this up is wholeheartedly irrelevant.
know it's a lie? Well, let's actually show it. Here is the post of Nyara telling the registered sex offender to DM them. You can see it right here on the bottom. This is Nyara's real account. Literally say, oh my god, I'm so sorry, my DMs are open. July 3rd, 2025. And we know Nyara has been in continuous contact with this individual because of...
Well, does that mean... Hold on. Well, does that mean they DM'd with one another? Wait, are these more like Twitter interactions or something? Parent reply... Wait. These are replies to fucking Twitter interactions, you fucking idiot. These are not DMs. Where did he fucking get this from? Was this like some random shit from fucking... like Grok or something? Was this like stipulated in here or something? I'm curious. I think there's like a bit about this. Interactions from mid 2025. Before I knew any of this, are totally a gotcha. Yeah, this is from fucking Grok, man. What was the question asked of Grok here specifically? Like what their Twitter interactions were? Wait, hold on. Oh, this is a massive mistake here. Is this in ChibiReviews' fucking video? Chibi. You just made a massive fucking error. You're trying to make the claim that these are fucking DMs between Nyara and Akafox when these are just random Twitter interactions. The exact same fucking, proof that you're trying to say for Nyara and Akafox having some form of association with one another is also right here in fucking Grok's like recounting of their interactions. This isn't a DM, you dumbass. This isn't a Twitter thread or like a just like them interacting with one another on Twitter. That means they are like closely associated with one another just because they have interactions on Twitter? Like, what are we fucking doing here? This logic is fucking... It's idiotic. And this is what guilt by association looks like exactly here, right? You've had these interactions with this person before, and they are a fucking offended sex offender. Registered sex offender. There we go. So, therefore, you defend pedophilia. Stupid. Like, what is the logical through line here? It is nonsense.
the post. We can see literally multiple posts of them interacting, as you can see here. So this is not something that just stopped. They have been in communication for a while. And obviously the same can be said for Bent, because a lot of these posts, if you go to them, Bent is also involved. So these three individuals have been actively communicating and talking with each other for a very long time. The same individuals that constantly tried to slander me and call me a predator, they are communicating with the actual predator.
Listen, we've disproved this fucking claim at this point in time. There is just no evidence, not evidence, but there's just like no way you can make the claim that commenting on someone's Twitter post is in like having like coordinated actions in having like an association with another person. It's just not how any of this works, unless you're like such a terminally online, like parasocial fucking weirdo, like ChibiReviews seemingly is for some reason, in order to get like this strange fucking dig here. Like this is fucking nonsense. This is stupid.
Yikes! Not a good look. I'm just gonna say, once again, it's not just guilt by association. It is literally omitting information and trying to actively lie.
No, this is just guilt by association. Like you're saying, it's not just guilt by association, which is a logical fallacy, which is what you're exactly doing here. But what are they admitting to? Having Twitter interactions with someone? That's it? Like that's it? Okay, bro.
For instance, Nyara literally actively lying here when it's easily provable that Nyara is lying. Like,
I mean, you're not even dealing with, like, the first part of this fucking... Like, how do we jump to this fucking position saying that Nyara is lying here? Like, this is fucking stupid, dude. We'll get to that, Boy Meets Minnie. You've not provided any evidence at all whatsoever that Nyara is Discord friends with them. They just followed each other on Twitter. People just follow each other all the time on fucking Twitter. People will also just follow Chuds on Twitter sometimes as well. Just to see, like... what's exactly going on here? Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? Like, it's a nothing burger. It's just nonsense.
Are you stupid? I mean, you don't have to answer that. I know you are. But the thing is, it's just like, dude. It is insane the amount of sweeping that Nyara is doing instead of actually addressing and condemning the person that they were interacting with for a very long time. Almost basically 2 years. That's ridiculous.
Dude, like, what are they supposed to address, man? What is she supposed to address? I had Twitter interactions with Akafox. Brilliant. Good work, Chibi.
Ridiculous. But obviously, there is so much more than that. We also have this post, which is a pretty big gem. For instance, I think that this one is very interesting because you can see that the criminal, the felon, they were against fictional content and comparing fictional content with real life. Okay, it's a typical pattern I've seen over and over again. And then you see Nyara agreeing with them.
Wait, respect the heck out of you saying something, though. It's so hard. They brigade pretty hard over this stuff. It's wild how the worst types of people come out when you say what you think. Lolicon is gross. Wait, what? Oh, okay. What he's specifically hyperfixating there is just the fact that Nyara is saying that Lolicon is gross. Again, like I said before, Lolicon is specifically about the hypersexualization of minors in anime medium. It is pedophilia. It is essentially the same argument that lmao would make, saying that, well, possession of child pornography is my right is my right in terms of free speech. I am allowed to fucking possess that material because it's just a medium, little bro. I'm not actually engaging in that fucking activity, despite the fact that lmao actually did engage in that fucking activity. He is a pedophile. He went to jail for that. So the same logic applies to fucking Lolicon. Logic is the same. The medium is different.
The same person that wants to groom and turn kids trans. Ooh, that's not a good look. That's not a good look at all. I'm just gonna say it's not a good look. And also, Gaki, thank you very much for linking me this one. I do appreciate that quite a bit. But I will say that overall, disastrous. It's been a very, very bad day for my enemies. My enemies, their narrative is crumbling apart against me. There is proof now that the very people that have been trying to slander me, throw me into the mud, and ruin my life, and try to even get me to end my life for 2 years now, are in fact individuals that have a lot of skeletons in their closet, and are individuals that are probably actively, even right now, harming people. So, yeah. Not a good look. I'll leave it at that.
This was fucking pathetic here by ChibiReviews. But here. Let's do some guilt by association. If ChibiReviews loves to do that specifically as a rhetorical tactic to deflect away from the fact that he conflates lolly with lolicon, similar to what AMOC did, using a bunch of free speech arguments, it is my quote-unquote free speech, for example, in order to be able to possess such material, despite the fact that, of course, AMOC was also a pedophile, because he made the exact same argument with CP. Of course, logic is the same, but the medium, of course, being entirely fucking different. We've already outlined what exactly is the problem here with the possession of such material. Here's Piker, who is a very, very well-known fucking pedophile here. Piker is a femboy VTuber who has been proven to basically have abused about 14 different victims, I believe. There are many videos on the internet. Technicals' video does a very good job outlining that. There's a lot of videos out there basically outlining the predatory behavior specifically of Piker. Is Piker German? I didn't know that he was fucking German. Yes, all Germans and femboys disavow him. Very, very true, Fox of Fate. So this guy is constantly in your mentions talking with you all the time, and you've responded to Piker before. Well, that means you have to be a fucking pedophile then, and a defender of pedophiles, because we know that Piker is a pedophile, and you have actively interacted with Piker before, ChibiReviews. So, like, what's going on here then exactly? Are you a pedophile then, ChibiReviews? Are you a pedophile defender? I'm just saying, if we want to use the terrible logic, we can use the terrible logic. There's a problem with it, specifically. But here, let's do a little bit of fucking further digging into this. So this is a quick thread that I came by here, talking about, well, ChibiReviews' association with his only sponsor, that being the Dragon Treasure, which is like a tea company or some shit. They're like a bunch of fucking chuds or some shit. But yeah, ChibiReviews attacks Bint and Nyara for associating with pedophile Akafox. There's no evidence they interacted with Aka after they were exposed as a pedophile. Chibi is sponsored by Dragon Tea, or at Dragon's Tea, who sponsored a known pedophile. Well, what do we have here? Aka was exposed as a pedophile in May of 2026. There is no evidence Nyara or Bint interacted with Aka past this point. Again, as Nyara herself indicated in terms of the interactions and the stuff that you pulled up with Grok, that's all fucking shit from where? Oh, 2025. Now, I know that time is like a difficult thing for you to understand, Chibi, but 2025 is not the same as 2026. So, okay. Cool. Fantastic. So again, here, like, this is the thread that was calling out the actions of specifically Akafox. He was convicted of aggravated incident, or they were, or something. I don't know, whatever. Aggravated indecent liberties with a 13-year-old girl in 2011. They were also convicted of electronic sexual solicitation of 14 to 16-year-olds in also 2011 after grooming a 15-year-old. Pedophile, obviously bad. It's CSA. Should go without saying. But here, friend of the show, Andreas Werbel. I'm way too used to saying Andreas in Romanian. But here, Usagi Calamari is sponsored specifically by Dragon's Tea, who is a pedophilic fucking rapist. And as we all know, these are things that have been proven in various Discord DMs. But here's Dragon's Tea specifically getting into a fight with, another Oomphy, Simon Robino, talking about this Dragon's Treasure, Dragon's Tea individual basically defending the fact that they sponsor Usagi Calamari. You tweet more than anyone can reasonably keep up with. The answers won't matter. You'll move the goalposts once again. I don't have a specific day marked down. And it was about Discord messages involving him talking about his little sister. That's a little interesting. And then this account right here, which is VTube Blacklist. VTube Blacklist, for example, is a account that is all about exposing and talking about sexual impropriety or general impropriety done by various fucking VTubers. Why don't we take a look at this? Malia / Usagi getting off to the thought about OP's experience when they were a minor. They are currently an adult, however. Usagi finding and saying anything like this about someone who was a kid back then is not okay. Children experimenting is not something you should comment about. And this is a, interaction between two adults talking about experiences that they had as a kid. Probably with, masturbation or some shit. I don't know why the fuck they're talking about this or something. It's very, very strange. I don't know why we're fucking doing this. And then update to all of this, Discord messages of Usagi confessing to molestation against their sibling and other disgusting messages. So they molested their fucking sibling, as well as other associated messages. And by the way, V2 Blacklist keeps the fucking goddamn receipts. So we can double check and fucking confirm all of this very, very easily here. But, ChibiReviews, you are sponsored by a company that sponsors a pedophile. That's a little fucking interesting there. Do you see the fucking problem with this specifically, ChibiReviews? Do you see the problem with this logical fallacy here? I mean, we can keep going here, but here, ChibiReviews, just to fucking shit on him in particular, has a very, very interesting interaction or fascination, shall we say, with Gwen Tennyson from Ben 10. By the way, Gwen Tennyson in the show of Ben 10, 10 years old. Why are you liking and talking about liking this tweet of Gwen Tennyson, who is probably naked behind a fucking pillow? That's a little interesting here. But, it's just possession of the media. That's definitely not fucking problematic whatsoever. Definitely not fucking pedophilic whatsoever. Again, AMOC made the exact same fucking argument, buddy, and he went to jail for pedophilia. But here, I angered the baboons in my quotes, so here's another Gwen to help out. And he's doing basically the coffin of Andy and Lele meme, which, for those who may not know, there is basically a route where Andy and Lele will have an incestuous relationship with one another and will have sex in the game. Or I think it's implied that they have sex in the game. Something like that. And again, I'm going to say this. This is Ben and Gwen from Ben 10. They were 10-year-olds at this particular time. Very, very interesting lines of behavior here, ChibiReviews. But then again, listen. I am not trying to do any guilt by fucking association whatsoever. No. Clearly this means absolutely nothing. I'm totally certain that this is the case, ChibiReviews. Do you see the fucking problem with this association that you're doing here? Again, I can just say that you're a pedophile defender because you have a pedophile that's fucking defending you constantly, and you have been affirmative of this person's presence within your fucking mentions before in the past. Should really go without saying. And the fact that you are also sponsored by a company who also sponsors a fucking pedophile. So, I guess ChibiReviews, I guess you're just okay with pedophiles being in the presence of pedophiles, and you're okay with people who defend you who are also pedophiles. I don't know, Chibi. Why do you have so many fucking weird pedophiles around you or something that constantly defend you, and you also defending them as well? That's a little interesting there, Chibi. Are you a pedophile defender? They've interacted with you before on your Twitter posts. Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile defender? I'm just saying. Do you see the fucking problem with the fallacy that you're generally speaking engaging with here, Chibi? This is the fucking issue. So to say that quote-unquote Niara and Bint are pedophile defenders because they had some Twitter interactions with someone who got outed as a pedophile before they knew that person had a past sexual offense on their fucking name is fucking stupid, bro. But I mean, we can use this fucking logic and just say that you defend pedophiles if that's what you want, ChibiReviews. You're a pedophile defender then, little bro. You're a pedophile defender. Like, that's really the only conclusion that we can come here to, basically, at this point in time. But yeah, what else is there to really say? It turns out guilt by association, pretty shitty fucking logical fallacy. And it's really the only sort of line of argumentation that freaks like ChibiReviews can basically employ in order to try to get some form of a dig against his fucking detractors. Why? Because in reality, this motherfucker, ChibiReviews, loves to do the exact same conflation between possession of explicit material, or CESM, I think it's what it's called, or CSAM. We can just say CSAM. The possession of that sort of material in order to make the argument that it is free speech. It is okay to draw this because it is artwork. It is a part of free speech. Blah, 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 blah. Again, AMOC made that exact same argument, and that motherfucker ended up going to jail for, well, having doing sexual offense upon a fucking minor. But does ChibiReviews care about that whatsoever? Because like I said before, the logic is the same. The medium is different. That's the main fucking difference here. But does Chibi care about any of that? No, of course not. Because we're dealing with someone who has literally no principle and will actively fucking run away from it in order to get stupid fucking digs on those that he calls his fucking detractors. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Ugh. Three in the morning. These next stories shouldn't take long. Good crack of the neck. Alright, let's get started. Well, I think the GOP may be pulling a midterm 2022 situation here, if what I'm reading here is correct. But the GOP new report confirms that the Republican Party will be investing millions of dollars focusing on Hasan Piker for midterm elections in order to distract people from the rising cost of living. So, by the way, you want to guess how the Republicans basically squandered the potential for the quote-unquote red wave happening in 2022? It was by hyper-specifically fixating on trans people. They did the whole trans panic stuff. It didn't work, and they barely got any of their candidates within office because trans people were, like, basically in terms of the how much people care about that amongst, like, the top 25 issues, ranked like 22nd or 23rd, near the fucking bottom. But there's an Axios report that's talking about this more specifically. But here, Republicans plan to use their first ever midterm convention in Dallas next month to mount a sweeping, made-for-primetime case that Democrats have become captive to their activist left, Axios has learned. Man, they sure have not done this before. With President Trump's approval rating in the 30s, lowest it has gone is, I think, 32%, I believe about 32%. And his war in Iran weighing on the economy. Republicans don't want the November 3rd midterms to be just a referendum on his presidency. Should be fairly obvious why that is the case, because if it were, yeah, they would get absolutely fucking trounced. They're essentially planning but their worst campaign targeting the ascendant Democratic left and socialism. Republicans will make progressive politicians and activists recurring characters throughout their September 9th and 10th conventions at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. I've totally not seen any of this before. This is totally not going to be like BLM to like George Floyd to Electric Boogaloo. Like, totally, man. This is definitely something that the Republicans have never done before. GOP operatives spent months compiling footage of Democratic figures, including left-wing commentator Hasan Piker and Texas U.S. Senate candidate James Tallarico. Okay, a bit of a problem here. The breadth in terms of ideological spectrum in comparison to Hasan from James Tallarico is like an eternal void between them, right? James Tallarico is like a bipartisan, like sort of like a progressive liberal mostly. And Hasan is well, if you want to go by certain individuals, can either be a democratic socialist, a demsoc, or a tanky if you're 3 IQ. They'll use throughout the convention to paint Democrats as outside the mainstream. I'm curious, what exactly are they...
Stupid fucking communists!
Thank you, Zane. What exactly are they going to pull from James Tallarico? The fact that he said that God thought that there was multiple genders or something? I don't even know, right? Because they tried to go with the attack line of saying he's quote-unquote a vegan for some reason, even though they presented, like, no evidence to that whatsoever. It's just like, okay, dude. Totally. Honestly, I just want to, like, watch all these videos and just be like, wow, this is the fucking dumbest shit on the fucking planet, dude. Holy shit. Our video trove is endless, a convention source told Axios. Organizers were particularly focused on Abdul al-Sayed, the Democratic nominee for Senate in Michigan who backs Medicare for All and criticizes Israel. Trump has blasted al-Sayed, a Muslim, who is a Muslim, yeah, as a communist and a man of hate who hates Israel. I wonder why a Muslim might not be particularly a big fan of the actions of Israel. I couldn't possibly think of anything. I mean, it's just stupid. That's true there, Zane. Yeah, I can't believe they targeted him for what he eats. So al-Sayed, an epidemiologist, I was about to mention this here, has said he's a capitalist who disagrees with Israel's actions in Gaza, not his sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith. Yeah, because Trump, mostly because he's an idiot, does the conflation between Judaism and Zionism, which is anti-Semitic in of itself. For what reason exactly? Because he's a bit of a dumbass fucking anti-Semite himself. Yeah, it's very, very fucking silly. Months of polling shaped the GOP convention, organizers say. Everyday Americans, quote-unquote, will tout Republican achievements on cutting taxes, lowering prescription drug costs, and improving border security, all of which have not actually borne out, to be honest. I guess technically in terms of improving border security, but that's more so because nobody wants to touch the U.S. with a 10-foot pole. A tactic organizers say worked at the 2024 convention. Well, yeah, but that's mostly because of other reasons, not because of the Republicans bringing out everyday Americans. That was in spite of the Republicans doing that. Organizers believe that they will reinforce their argument that Republicans are focused on kitchen table issues while Democrats have been overtaken by left-wingers whose policies will hurt Americans. Okay, so the same thing that they've been doing for the past... forever? Yeah, like past forever as a party. Constantly saying that the Democrats are fucking communist, left-winger, fascist radicals, or whatever the fuck. That will hurt average Americans. They've done this before. It's not any different. The arguments are all still the same and extremely stupid and are probably not going to work. For what reason exactly? Because of the fact that They're the ones in power right now, and it's very clear and evident that it is Trump's policies that is hurting the economy, and the American people understand that. Why do you think his approval rating is in the low 30s? The convention will be making that argument at a time when many Republicans have been frustrated by Trump's lack of focus on the economy and affordability issues. Oh, you don't say. Republicans will also spotlight Trump's tax exemption for tipped income, which is not actually an exemption, not really, but whatever. Crime-focused urban policies. Crime has been at all-time lows throughout the United States, but whatever. Urban policies, and the administration's new child investment accounts. The calculation on the Trump accounts basically placed that if you take the seed money of about $1,000 and the child grows to about 18, assuming like regular infusions of money as per the just letting interest sort of accumulate on that. Because these are all tied to the stock market, by the way. So if the stock market goes bad, the Trump accounts also go bad, but whatever. If you just let the interest accumulate on that from the $1,000 of seed money, estimates have said that you will have about $3,000 for tuition for college. That's not even enough to cover about a third of tuition. Maybe not even a fifth of tuition. Incredible. Other points of focus will be Vice President Vance's anti-fraud task force and Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s MAHA movement, which has been a complete disaster, which everyone has been trying to leave in droves because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was just like, well, we need glyphosate, it's a national security issue. Trump's strategists believe MAHA can help broaden the GOP coalition, which has so far been, as Emma Vigeland herself has said, probably the weakest part of the quote-unquote coalition. As for the increasingly unpopular war in Iran, the GOP will make the case that Trump has taken steps to protect Americans, despite the fact that a bunch of them have died. But okay, whatever. Vance will speak the evening of September 9th, Trump on the 10th. Trump is expected in the convention hall both nights. Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, and other administration officials will have big speaking roles, as will up-and-coming midterm candidates, UFC figures, and celebrities. Sure, man. Like in 2024, with donors and delegates filled the floor, the crowd in Dallas will mostly be MAGA activists and will commemorate the first anniversary of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Yo, we're gonna carry the flame, dude. Yo, based. GOP operatives Justin Caparel? Sure. And Tony Sage? Sure. Are playing major organizational roles as they did for 2020 and 2024. The convention will test whether Republicans can move voters towards supporting Trump's domestic agenda, which polls consistently have shown is unpopular. Podcaster, by the way, figured. In a CNN poll last week, 73% thought Trump wasn't paying enough attention to key domestic issues, and that's in general, so that would be Democrats and also independents. And 65% said his policies were worsening economic conditions, which they are, because everyone can't afford a house and can't afford groceries because of his stupid tariff policy and war in the Middle East. Democrats decided against holding a midterm convention, probably because they have no money. Because the DNC has no money, they're in debt. We'll talk about that eventually. DNC spokesperson Kendall Whitmer told Axios, while everyday Americans struggle to pay their bills, filling up their tanks, or put food on the table, Republicans are hosting multi-million-dollar celebrations to satisfy Trump's massive ego and tie vulnerable Republican candidates to his failed, or closer to his failed agenda. Sure, whatever. I think it's fair to say. So that's the details on the on the Republican convention, and also the fact that they are deciding for whatever fucking reason to focus on Hasan Piker and socialism at the midterm convention, which is just, it's fucking perfect, man. Which, by the way, this is the same shit that they've done for years at this point in time. It's because they don't have any policy, they don't have any arguments, and they are extremely unpopular. That's why the Republicans do this behavior, basically. But here, the whole sort of like schizophrenic conniption that the Republicans have been having on the tiny head man known as Hank Pecker, Hasan Peckus, Peckus Weckus McBeckus, has been going on for quite a while now. but Fox News mentions just, I think in just 1 week alone, or in total, of Hasan Piker have been almost twice as much of that of Jeffrey Epstein, which is incredible, right? And we are starting to see what the Republican plan for the midterms is to try to distract people and, again, take their keys and start jingling it to their geriatric fucking audience. The point of this is to distract from the fact that their domestic agenda is really, really bad. But here, some Republican operatives online are talking about Hasan having a prison abolition take or something, closer to the prison abolitionist perspective. What that exactly means. This is some random 30-second, probably out of context clip. When most people are talking about prison abolition, they are generally speaking talking about reallocation of resources from the prison system to more social programs and social workers to help combat poverty, because just throwing people in prison has not been effective so far. But do Republicans care about that? No, they see, abolish the prisons, therefore bad automatically. Haha, stupid. I'm a fucking Republican. I'm an idiot. We also have, again, that's the same fucking tab. We also have this fucking dipshit over here, this DSA Watch individual, who apparently calls himself a Democrat, who's calling out socialists and socialism in America, using the exact same tab from from RNC research. I'm mostly just taking this as an opportunity to make fun of this nasally loser fucking 14-year-old who should be focusing on doing his fucking math homework instead of doing political advocacy. Taking the exact same positions as the conservatives, as the RNC research account. That's interesting. I thought you were a Democrat. Like, what's up with this exactly? And also, just to show how this guy is definitely a fucking 14-year-old. Let's play this video.
All right. So, how is everyone doing on the eve of America's 250th birthday?
That is DSA Watch speaking right there. This dude is a fucking high schooler. Bro, what are you doing being an astroturfed fucking Twitter account, my guy? Go do your fucking math homework. Play video games with your friends. Literally go do anything else besides being a weirdo little gremlin on Twitter who has the most astroturfed account on the fucking planet. Bro, you're a fucking weirdo, bro.
I'm doing great. You want to send me the co-hosting too?
Let's make sure no one's muted first, of those who intend to speak.
No, this ain't
Okay,
Destiny,
so
son.
welcome everyone to this Twitter space covering the Mamdani misconduct files. And today we're going through the document that...
Yeah, I'm just like, what the fuck is the Zoran Epstein Mamdani files? Like, what? By the way, I'm also like 1000% convinced that A, this guy does not live in Michigan, right? Because he said he voted for Haley Stevens. I don't believe you. You sound like you're 14, which means I guess you committed voter fraud or something. Okay, man, totally. Good job, little bro. I don't believe you for even 1 second that you even fucking live in Michigan. I just think you're just some random 14-year-old living in the California or something who got, like, I don't know, a bunch of money from some fucking loser to have the most astroturfed fucking account on the fucking planet, dude.
Lays out the full pattern around Zoran Mamdani. This is going to be a deep dive into the receipts. We're going to read key sections, show the evidence, and explain why this matters for every New Yorker, especially parents, women, and survivors. We won't cover everything live, but we'll hit the most damning parts and link the full PDF in the chat.
I'm sure,
by
man.
Zoran himself standing up in an official city event, praising Prophet Muhammad as a moral example. The same Muhammad...
I can't believe that Zoran Mamdani is... Wait. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Is that how he's Jeffrey Epstein? Because he likes some of the lessons from the fucking Quran? Oh my fucking lord, man. Yo, this is so fucking awesome, dude. You know, I didn't listen to the entirety of this video. I always listen to like the first like 20 seconds of it. But dude... This guy is such a fucking loser, man. This is fucking fantastic, dude.
But who, according to the most trusted hadiths, consummated marriage with Aisha when she was 9 years old. Now, This isn't smear or guilt by association. This is pattern recognition. This is
No, this is exactly what you're doing. You're doing a guilt by association. You're trying to say that Zohran Mamdani is okay with pedophilia because he said that some of the lessons from the Prophet Muhammad in the Quran means he's a fucking pedophile or defends pedophilia. Like, that's exactly what you're doing, you fucking moron. But then again, you're a fucking 14-year-old, man. Yeah, that's a good point there, Alex. I guess by your logic, DSA watch, Trump is a fucking Muslim because he's raped children and he's in the Epstein files. But okay, buddy. Sure, man. I guess that would also be the case for Eric Swalwell, who has also raped a bunch of people who were very young.
connecting the dots that the mainstream media has largely ignored or dismissed as Islamophobia or...
That is true there, Fox of Fate. Mary was 14 when she was raped by quote-unquote God or the Holy Spirit or whatever. Yeah. DSA watch. I don't know, like, if you're a Christian or whatever, you're not going to have a problem with that, but sure, dude. Whatever. This guy's just a stupid fucking loser, man. Like, dude, go do your math homework. Literally do anything else besides making, like, terrible political hit pieces, man. You fucking suck at this, dude. But here, obviously, Fox News is in the full sort of, like, rigmarole fuck-a-McGee in terms of doing nothing but coverage of Hasan Piker. It's Hank Pecker, Hank Pecker, Hank Pecker, all the way down. Again, 250 fucking broadcasts, man. Like, they know exactly what they're doing with this bullshit here. They want to just distract all of the dumb fuck Fox News boomers with socialist himbo or some shit, and by saying that, quote unquote, like, he is the face of the Democratic Party, which Hasan Piker wishes he was, which is very, very funny, dude. But real quick here, because Laura Ingraham is not very good at her propaganda, she had someone who was actually glazing Hasan by admitting that he had a positive impact on multiple campaigns, which is just accurate. I mean, what, of all the people that he's endorsed for various positions within the state legislators and other state positions in the House as well, I think his record is currently 15-2. Now, for those who may not be very good at math, a 15-2 record is about 88%, something like that, give or take. That's really good, guys.
Way ahead in Wisconsin, but after Michigan, you got to worry a little bit. But, as far as Piker is concerned, if you are a candidate trying to appeal...
The two is Shoykot Chakrabarti, which wait, did he endorse Shoykot? Boy Meets Mini? I don't remember. Because if he didn't endorse Shoykot, then he's 15-1. But I think he did endorse Shoykot. That would be the two. I don't remember. I could be wrong here. 15-1 or 15-2. It's still a very, very good. He did endorse Shoykot. Yes, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so he's 15-2, which is still a fantastic record.
To the primary electorate of the Democratic Party, Hasan Piker is a winner. I mean, he campaigned with Zohran Mamdani. He campaigned with Daryleza Chevalier, Claire Valdez, who won those primaries for House seats.
So, they still won.
He campaigned with El Sayed. He campaigned with Donna,
which is a swing state. Good luck with that fucking argument there, Laura Ingraham. She knew that, this is not good. We're actually kind of glazing Hasan here a little bit. I need to throw in some schizo red meat for all my boomers.
Donovan McKinney yesterday or the day before, who knocked off a Democratic incumbent in Michigan. Now he's campaigning with Francesca Hong. And if you're Hong, you think to yourself,
Wisconsin is also a swing state, by the way.
Piker a net plus or a net minus? I think with the primary electorate, he's a net plus. Way ahead.
Wow. And by the way, in terms of like the recent rally that Abdul Al-Sayed, I've seen a couple of clips about a recent rally by Abdul Al-Sayed. That shit was packed and basically had Democrats of every age and fucking flavor packed in the fucking venue. So I don't think that the general sort of electorate's going to really have much of a problem with Hank Pecker or something. But yeah. Again, more Fox News segments, hyper specifically fixating on Hank Pecker or whatever, stupid himbo fucking streamer. But I believe this right here is just a small compilation here in terms of basically the fucking meltdown these guys are having over Hasan Piker, which honestly, please have a meltdown over Hasan Piker. Oh my god, that's going to be so funny because no one is going to care about that. Like, use Hasan Piker as your distraction tool as much as you can because it's going to be the exact same result as the 2020 midterm elections. Guaranteed, where the Republican Party decided to hyper specifically fixate on trans people, and as a byproduct of that, got, well, not trounced in the midterms, but they performed way worse than expected.
The left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Right, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker.
Listen, pamphlets, I don't like you all that much, but I'll give you this for the music choice. I'll give you that.
Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats...
It's an 8 Mile reference. It's very good.
...are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, like, for example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that...
You're mad about getting insulted by Hasan? Dude, that's fucking awesome. Dude, they got nothing, bro.
He says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history.
Wait, hold on. I mean, you guys constantly separate families and just, like, randomly detain people for no reason using the power of the state for a political purpose. Yeah, you guys are terrorists.
And we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
Very funny, dude. Yeah, those are all the things that, broadly speaking, Hasan supports. Like, Fox News, I think, even had, like, some primetime segment talking about Hasan with some of his, like, random fucking quotations. It was really funny. Obviously, they brought up America deserved 9/11, an entirely, very easily defensible position, talking about imperial blowback and the consequences of the American foreign policy within the Middle East. But whatever, do these motherfuckers care about that at all? Nah, none whatsoever. But honestly, like, what else is there to really say? Please, the Republican Party, keep going on this path, because it worked out so well for you in 2022 when you decided to hyper specifically fixate on trans people, thus leading to you to basically not really gain much of anything during those midterm elections. So please be my guest. Continue to shoot yourself in the metaphorical foot in order to hyper specifically fixate on some himbo fucking streamer who's just keeps getting clipped out of context because he doesn't know how to communicate all that well. Please keep doing this, Republicans. It's going to totally work out for you very, very well. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. All right. Now they're realizing it? Yeah, well, you know. The funding problems have been very, very funny. But whatever. Whatever. Alright, let's get fucking started with this, dude. Alright, so we've been hearing about this from the rumor mill for a bit of a while now, but the DNC is out of money. Actually, in fact, they are in debt. Ken Martin has been broadly regarded as probably one of the worst, if not the worst, DNC chairs, probably in history. I think that's fair to say. Probably in history, he has been the absolute worst. Besides the fact that he's been completely mismanaging the budget, besides the fact that the one thing that he promised he would do was release an autopsy about 2024 and completely mismanaged that as well. Should really go without saying about how terrible of a fucking chair that Ken Martin has been. And when there was Ben Wickler, who basically brought the Democratic Party from within Wisconsin out of the fucking grave, but all the insiders decided to want to go with Ken Martin, who was just a loser, namby-pamby, fucking liberal loser. I mean, like I said before, unironically, I think the... it said here somewhere. I know that they've been having problems with getting a lot of donors, but I think the Republicans on hand have about 100. Here we go. Yes, $128 million from the Republican National Committee, right? Because they're always going to have their corporate donors. It doesn't matter; they will always have it. But the DNC is now about $2 million in debt. Why is that specifically? Because donors have zero trust whatsoever in the Democratic Party or the DNC in order to be able to properly manage their money, and have no faith in the neoliberal centrist candidates in order to win their races, to actually get some kind of return on their investment. Almost as if neoliberalism is dying. But you may be wondering, well, Daho, if the DNC is having such trouble, accruing a bunch of money in order to be able to, give that out to their candidates so they can campaign, what's going on with the Democratic candidates? They're actually doing quite all right in terms of fundraising on their own. They have been consistently, and I mean consistently, out fundraising a lot of their fucking Republican opponents. Dude, James Tallarico, man, about $69 million in comparison to that of Ken Paxton's $9 million, mostly because of how much people hate Ken Paxton. But people have been consistently donating money to who exactly? To the individual candidates and not to the organizations themselves. And the donors are not giving them any money to the DNC because the DNC is a complete shit show. Now, you may be wondering, well, Daho, that's a little weird. The Republican National Committee has stockpiled all of this money here. Why are they not giving it out to any of their candidates? Trump. It's because of Trump. It's because Trump wants all that money for himself specifically, which is so fucking funny. Remember when the RNC was going bankrupt or was losing a lot of money right around, I think it was 2021, 2022, there was a lot of rumors and confirmations of the RNC running out of money. Why were they running out of money? Because they were fighting Trump's legal battles for him. Very, very fucking funny, dude. But I mean, it's getting to the point where it's so bad that DNC officers are being asked to sign NDAs amid financial woes, to not talk about just how bad the scope of the problem truly is, which should really say something that, the DNC is floundering and nobody fucking likes giving them any money because they can't be trusted under Ken Martin to actually win races. Democratic National Committee asked its leadership team to sign non-disclosure agreements before a recent meeting about the party's finances. Two people familiar with the conversations told Axios. The move, a break from best practice for such officers, underscored DNC chair Ken Martin's sensitivity about the party's money woes and the persistent criticism about his leadership. Quick reminder, there was unironically a leaked call of Ken Martin, I think on the verge of tears or in tears, basically crying about the fact that David Hogg was just like shitting on him and constantly criticizing him, which is just fucking fantastic. That's so awesome, dude. Hey Ken, maybe you shouldn't have snubbed David Hogg from being vice chair of the DNC. Maybe you guys would not be in this complete hole that you're in right now. I'm just saying, because David Hogg is doing pretty well in terms of his own pack and his own political advocacy, and he's been getting a bunch of differing progressives elected all across the fucking nation. He's been doing very, very well on his own in terms of his political work. Almost as if he's way better at that job than you, Ken Martin. So the DNC made the request ahead of a private meeting of senior officials late last month, the sources said. Martin has faced a crisis of confidence among some Democratic donors, operatives, and even DNC members over his management of the party, especially given the Republican National Committee's enormous fundraising advantage with the midterms in sight. The individual candidates will be fine. The DNC being fucked? It's fine. Honestly, this may actually be a boon for all these fucking candidates here. That, of course, being Abdul Al-Sayed, Sherrod Brown, with a massive war chest in him himself. Remember, he got knocked out by Bernie Moreno by a bunch of crypto interests. James Tallarico, and I believe that's Mary Peltola, I believe. Yeah, I think so. Okay. I don't remember the name Mary Peltola for good reasons, and this is not Peltola's fault. She is probably a very, very good candidate for Alaska. I'm gonna say that, obviously. The only reason why I remember her name is because of the Jackson Hinkle debate that he had with Sam Cedar, where Hinkle made himself look like as much of a buffoon as possible. Listen, that's not a knock on Peltola. She's probably a fine candidate. Nothing against her specifically, but I don't know, getting the Jackson Hinkle mention when he was doing his like whole stupid grift is just really, really funny, dude. DNC has a nearly $15 million on hand, but is $18 million in debt. That's the $3 million in debt. Very funny, dude. They raised $1 billion for Kamala Harris, and it went all down the drain. It's so good. RNC has $125 million and no debt. Martin has been privately and publicly defensive about the party's finances for months, according to people close to him. In a contentious PodSave interview last year, which we saw clips of, Martin argued that to suggest that we're not raising money isn't accurate, and what we're doing that's a little different is we're spending it. On what? What are you guys spending on it? You spend so much that you get into debt? That's really, really funny. A Supreme Court ruling last month has made the money gap an even bigger liability for Democrats going into the midterms. Oh, I'm sure. I wonder why they did that. The High Court's decision lifts limits on what parties can spend in coordination with candidates. Oh. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if Ken Paxton, if you spend all that money. Actually, no. Actually, I encourage the RNC to spend as much money as they can on Ken Paxton, because it's it's totally going to work, dude. Lifted limits on what parties can spend in coordination with candidates, and allowed the parties to buy advertising at the much lower rate that individual campaigns do. RNC's money advantage now effectively wipes out a lot of the fundraising edge that many Democratic candidates had going into the fall. They'll probably be okay, probably. DNC officers are high-ranking members of Martin's team, not employees who regularly sign NDAs, which is why it's very, very strange that they're signing them. DNC leadership meeting after the NDAs were requested took place June 25th, 5 days before the Supreme Court's ruling. A shit ruling, obviously. The DNC declined to comment on the specific NDAs for officers. Chris Lowe, the DNC's national finance co-chair, said the committee's push for NDAs is a non-issue, having officers and attendees at broad board meetings be party to confidentiality agreements is consistent with standard practice in the corporate world. Oh, but a non-disparagement agreement? Non-disparagement agreement. That's not a confidentiality agreement. That's a little different. That would be, that would be a fucking, God, what's the name of the agreement for confidentiality agreements in comparison to NDAs? An NDA is essentially means that you can't talk shit on the DNC and criticize the DNC. That's what that means, but whatever, dude. Lowe added that all senior staff at the DNC are party to confidentiality agreements, and it would not be political malpractice not to have them in place when financial and political strategy are being discussed at the highest level. A DNC official noted that Martin and the committee have raised more money this cycle than the DNC did in 2017 and 2018. Sure, man, totally. The last time Democrats didn't hold the White House power ahead of the midterms. Most campaigns and committees are raising more money than in 2018 because non-disclosure agreement. Thank you, Hailstorm. Disclosure. They were both NDAs, but whatever. Yeah, disparagement and disclosure, completely different, but whatever. Typically, there's no non-disclosure agreements for shit like this, but whatever. These motherfuckers don't care about that. Because campaigns have been increasingly expensive since then. Yeah, sure, bro. Dude, the fucking inflation, dude's fucking over my campaigns. Okay, bro, totally. But to talk about the Chad, David Hogg, again, talking about our favorite 14-year-old who needs to spend more time playing video games with their friends in comparison to that of, I don't know, doing the Mamdani Epstein files. Okay, bro. Whatever. Stupid. David Hogg being a big dick Chad. I'll say it, big dick Chad saying that moderates are not welcome in the Democratic Party. Can we get a based? AO based? Like AO based? Absolutely. Yeah, he's based for saying this. Obviously, if I were to take a guess, what David Hogg is more than likely talking about is how the politics of the moderate, more neoliberal, centrist Democrats are no longer as effective. But does this Republican operative over here, who had a schizophrenic conniption about UMich voter, care about that? No.
There's been an argument that they need to moderate or concern over what that's going to look like should they succeed, or that they may not succeed, that they might be defeated by Republicans despite them not doing well in the polling either. What would you say to the moderates in your party?
I'm going to say this right now. The reason why consistently the National Democrats and Democrats in general have been polling worse than that of the Republican Party is because of the moderates, because they keep moderating when nobody wants that anymore.
Party who feel that way.
I would say to the moderates, our party, you need to figure out how to actually offer something new to voters that isn't just the same message that you gave them in 2024. Increasingly, the reason why the establishment of our party is being defeated over and over and over again.
So, I know that DSA Watch loves to reference everything from fucking conservatives. Again, this is from RNC Research, which is a GOP operation and rag. And also, David Hogg is not DSA as well, but whatever. This DSA Watch individual is like a brain-broken fucking moron, and as far as I'm concerned, is just a Republican operative. I don't really care. Hey, DSA Watch, go do your fucking math homework. You are not good at politics. Just stop. You're not good at this, bro. You're an idiot. I thought it was all about getting Democrats elected, so you want the people who are losing, who are polling worse in general in comparison to that of Republicans, in order to be able to be in positions of power, who are going to lose their races more than likely and don't raise as much money in comparison to that of more progressive candidates. Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's just fucking stupid, man.
It's because they don't have the right values that are aligned with not just the Democratic base, but the American people, where people are sick and tired of listening to Democrats and tell them all the reasons why they can't solve their problems. If you can't solve our problem.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, based? AO based? Wait, he's just spitting here. Like, this is not very complicated. Yeah, the reason why nobody likes Democrats is because Democrats actively hate their constituency. That's why.
You shouldn't be running for office. We need people who actually sound, at a minimum, and genuinely believe what they are saying.
True! But wait, I thought he said that means moderates are not welcome in the Democratic Party. Why are we just repeating the talking points specifically from the RNC research? Did you even listen to this video, you fucking 12-year-old? Did you? Also, David Hogg is a socialist, by the way, I guess. I don't know. Like, the amount of hatred that I have for this fucking troglodyte, on just a subatomic level should really go without saying. I fucking hate this dude because of how stupid they are. But I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Brothers, the DNC is wallahi fucking cooked. Totally fucking cooked. And it's a great thing to see. I'm going to be quite honest here. Oh no, the fundraising advantage is not really going to matter all that much for the individual candidates in comparison to that of the Republican opponents. But I don't think that's really going to matter all that much because of how ridiculously unpopular Republicans are. Like, nobody likes Ken Paxton, a little bro. He is so unpopular within Texas. Everyone fucking hates his goofy looking head ass. And I mean, Abdul Al-Sayed just had a fantastic first campaign rally against Mike Rogers, where he was just like basically making fun of him and was doing the Obama cadence. Trust me, Abdul, I noticed. Okay, I know what you're up to, buddy. You're not. You think you're slick, Abdul? You ain't slick, little bro. I see right through you, bud. But I digress. The party is united. Without the DNC. Fuck the DNC. No one cares about them. They're completely irrelevant. But all the candidates are united with one another in order to defeat all the Republican Party. And honestly, I see the DNC as being more of a liability than it is really a boon. So you not being associated with the DNC name is, generally speaking, going to be better for you in the long run, given how unpopular the current National Democratic organization and leadership is at the moment. Not only just Ken Martin, but also Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Everybody fucking hates those motherfuckers. There's a reason why the Democrats' approval rating as a party is has been in the low 30s to like the high 20s. It's really, really bad. And it's because the current leadership that's in power right now doesn't actually care at all about winning, but wanted to be like needle and diming little fucking technocrats who are not actually interested whatsoever in actually providing, well, benefits for their constituents or a reason whatsoever for their constituents to actually vote for them. Shouldn't be really surprising that that's the case. I don't know. Maybe you need to get bullied again by David Hogg of all people, Ken Martin, so then you can leave your posts and honestly just give it to David Hogg. Fuck it, YOLO Swag 420. He'd probably do way better than your goofy looking head ass. Or just give it to Ben Wickler. He managed to resurrect the Wisconsin Democratic Party from the brink of a metaphorical death. He could probably do it to the DNC as well. Don't think there's really much else to say. Besides, you suck balls, Ken Martin. Keep crying, you little bitch. Oh my goodness. It's time to go to bed. It's almost 4 in the morning. Man, we had a really, really eventful day today on stream. Wonderful. I fucking love that for me, dude. Very, very eventful day. And we hit 750 subscribers on YouTube. Exclamation mark YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube. I talk shit and make political videos and stream on YouTube as well. That's what I do. Oh man, who are we reading up to today? I am tired and I need to be up early to obviously feed a fucking cat. Streamiversary Conspiracy Bingo from Echoplex Media? My dude? Let's raid into Echoplex then. The Echoplex Media. Alright, dorks. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you are a sub, you say you have been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the transfer of the Daho Raid Butt. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the Wowie with the Daho Raid Butt. That's how we show appreciation. Those are any case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And besides probably finally making this fucking turbo fuel factory so then I can make turbo fuel, thank God, for not only my dumbass jetpack, but also my dumbass fucking tractors. What's the next thing I'd work on? Fuel generators and improving power. Yes. That's what we're going to work on next. Improving more power. Very cool, very good. Fantastic. Besides all of that, and then Operation Get Mercer Spheres and more hard drives. That's another thing we're going to do as well. Dimensional depots. Operation Dimensional Depot. I want dimensional depots. But I need manufacturers to do that first. We'll get manufacturers and then do Operation Dimensional Depot. I'm rambling here a little bit. Gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Don't know what I'm going to talk about. I'll figure it out. Maybe. Probably. Yeah, more Satisfactory. But I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.